should be and is reflective of this great community. With respect to the proceedings, we ask that attention is given to the speaker, to the person speaking, and if it is necessary for anyone to have an independent conversation, we do ask that you exit the rear doors to the vestibule area. In addition, we ask that you silence any electronic devices at this time. The mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion. We encourage everyone in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for information on news of departmental information and meetings. We also encourage everyone to visit Roswell365.com for a calendar of events. There are a number of events upcoming in the city of Roswell which promote community, leisure, physical activity, as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Knight, and as always, at this time I have the great privilege of asking Rabbi Chaim Schwartz from the Chabad of downtown Roswell to the front for the invocation and moment of silence. Welcome, Rabbi.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Almighty God, sovereign of the universe, we ask your blessing upon this council as they gather to fulfill their sacred duty, to guide this community with wisdom, integrity, and compassion. May their deliberations and decisions reflect the timeless calling given to all humanity to establish societies founded upon justice and morality, rooted in the recognition of the one Creator who endows all life with purpose and sanctity. Grant these leaders clarity of vision, strength of character, and courage of conviction. May they govern with humility and a sincere desire to serve the common good, so that righteousness and kindness prevail in all their endeavors. Master of the universe, bless the mayor, the members of this council, the outgoing fire chief, the incoming fire chief, the new recruitees from the Roswell Fire Department, esteemed veterans, and all the citizens of Roswell with health, prosperity, and peace of mind. May these blessings inspire each person to use their gifts in the service of others to bring light where there is darkness, unity where there is division, hope where there is despair. Through the collective efforts of good and upright people, may our world be transformed into one of harmony and peace, the fulfillment of the prophetic verse declared by Isaiah, "Nation shall not lift sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi Chaim Schwartz from the Chabad of downtown Roswell, for joining us again, and thank you for that lovely prayer. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to ask the United States Air Force Senior Airman Michael Wells to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome, Michael.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senior Airman Wells. I'm going to ask you to stay right there for me for the first item under the Mayor's Report, which is a reading of the proclamation for the Esteemed Veteran of Roswell Award. Council, if you'll please join me as well. Everybody else can sit down and relax.
Biggest ones.
That's right. Tell that story when you get to Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Senior Airman Michael Wells, esteemed veteran of Roswell. Whereas the city of Roswell is proud to recognize and honor those men and women who've demonstrated unwavering dedication and sacrifice in defense of our nation and who continue to serve our community with distinction. Whereas Senior Airman Michael Wells answered that call to serve when he enlisted the United States Air Force in 2010 at the age of 19, completing basic military training at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, before embarking on a career of excellence and service. And whereas during his active duty tenure, Senior Airman Wells served as a geospatial intelligence targeter for the 23rd Operations Support Squadron at Moody Air Force Base in Georgia, home of the renowned Flying Tigers and the largest A-10C Warthog fleet in the Air Force, where he provided critical intelligence support to combat operations and mission planning. And whereas Senior Airman Wells' exceptional skill and commitment were recognized through numerous commendations, including 2 Air Force Achievement Medals, a Meritorious Unit Award, the Afghanistan Campaign Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, and the NATO Medal, among others. And whereas in 2012, Senior Airman Wells was named Airman of the Year for the 23rd Fighter Group and earned recognition as a Red Flag Superior Performer for his outstanding performance supporting 6 contingency exercises and briefing Allied airmen across 28 squadrons. And whereas in 2013, Senior Airman Wells deployed to Bagram Airfield, Afghanistan, serving as a mission planning cell analyst for the 455th Expeditionary Operations Support Squadron, where he analyzed more than 1,000 joint tactical air requests in direct support of combat missions under Operation Enduring Freedom, contributing to the removal of 608 enemy fighters and protection of countless U.S. and Allied forces. Whereas, following his honorable active duty service through 2014 and continued service in the Air Force Reserves until 2018, Senior Airman Wells continued his commitment to service through higher education, earning multiple degrees, including a Master of Science in Business Administration from Western Governors University, and by joining the Roswell Police Department, where he currently serves as a sergeant protecting and serving Roswell. Whereas Senior Airman Wells exemplifies the enduring spirit of patriotism and selfless service, first to his country and now to his community, embodying the values that make Roswell strong, united, and proud. Now, therefore, I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, Georgia, do hereby name Senior Airman Michael Wells, an esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and to our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who serve the United States Armed Forces. Congratulations, Michael.
Thank you. What an honor. I'd like to thank Mayor and the City Council and all the citizens of Roswell for this honor. And that kind of brings swells to my eyes just to be recognized that way. Thank you so much. It's a privilege now to come and serve Roswell as a police officer. It's what I always wanted to do. I've had one of our council members ride with us before, and he got to see a whole nother side of the city, and we got into some things that night. And we always encourage citizens and council members to come ride with our law enforcement officers to kind of see the great work we do. I know we're outnumbered tonight. I was a little intimidated walking in. I need some more my brothers in blue, but thank you so much for the honor.
Get some pictures. I know. You and the firefighters to clap for you. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Wells again. All right, the next item on the mayor's report, sorry, Michael. What you don't want to tell is the story of how worthless Councilman Morthland was on that ride that night. We learned a lot. So next on the mayor's report's a little surprise. It's the swearing in of the new chief of the Roswell Fire Department, Pavel Trosh. Pavel, would you please come forward, sir? All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Today is a proud and meaningful day for our city and for the men and women who dedicate their lives to keeping Roswell safe. It's a day when we officially swear in a leader who has already demonstrated time and again that he has a vision, the integrity, and the heart to lead with excellence. Fire Chief Pavel Trosh. Over the past several years, Pavel has been instrumental in Roswell's public safety transformation. He has guided our fire department through one of the most complex and consequential transitions in its history, from a part-time department model to a full-time, fully professional department. That evolution has not only made our city safer, it has strengthened the bond between our firefighters and the community they serve. Pavel's leadership is marked by three traits that I value deeply: courage, competence, and character. Courage to make tough decisions and to innovate when others might settle for the status quo. Competence built from more than 2 decades of experience across every aspect of fire service, from the front lines of emergency response to the command level of strategic leadership. And character. The quiet kind that quietly earns the respect of peers, inspires your team, and builds trust with city leadership and residents alike. Pavel has championed the integration of cutting-edge technology, data-driven strategies, and rigorous training programs that ensures Roswell's firefighters are among the best prepared in Georgia. He's preserved our Class II ISO rating, an achievement that reflects operational excellence and benefits every resident and business in our city. And he's done all this while maintaining the most important thing of all: a deep commitment to the safety and well-being of his firefighters. But beyond the titles and certifications, what truly defines Chief Pavel Trosh is his humanity. He leads not just with his head, but with his heart. He takes time to mentor young firefighters, to celebrate their milestones, and to support them in moments of challenge. He embodies what it means to be a servant leader, someone who uplifts others while driving toward a shared mission. Pavel, you've earned this position not through ambition, but through purpose. You've shown that leadership is not about the authority of a badge. It's about the responsibility it carries. On behalf of the Roswell City Council, City Organization of Roswell, and the grateful citizens we serve, I want to congratulate you on this well-deserved appointment. I know you will continue to lead with excellence, integrity, and compassion as Roswell's fire chief. Now it's my honor to administer the oath of office to Chief Pavel Trosh. All right, you got to stand up here a little bit. Got to get close for this, Pavel. And you would raise your, yes. Got a different one.
Sorry. Bible person comes.
All right, Chief, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and protect the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Georgia, and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution and the laws of the state of Georgia and the charter of the city of Roswell, and that I will faithfully perform all the duties entrusted to me in my service to the city of Roswell in any position to which I am appointed or promoted to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations. All right, so Pavel, I'd like to ask your family to join me for the pinning ceremony. All right, before the picture, I know, Pavel, you always like to talk. So I'm giving you the microphone.
I knew you would do that. I'll keep it very brief, Mayor. I appreciate the kind words, Mayor, Council, city, community. Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor and privilege to serve alongside of the amazing men and women that make up the Roswell Fire Department. I appreciate the support that's been given to me. I'm humbled by it. And for our firefighters in the room, those serving in public safety, you are appreciated, you are supported, and I am proud to be part of what we call here at the City of Roswell a family. We spoke earlier today, it is a team, but we are very much a family, and I couldn't be more humbled and appreciative for this opportunity. Thank you.
City's lucky to have you, Pavel. We all know that. The city is very, very lucky to have you. You're a godsend. You're a good man, and we're very blessed. All right, now we got to do a picture, and then you're fixing to take the microphone and do the next thing, which is what everybody thinks is happening. So we surprised you. I apologize. So let's do a picture. Chad, you got all the pictures? We need some more.
Rosie's holding it.
Yeah.
We're good. All right.
Champagne in the mayor's office.
It's all you. We just kind of stand over here.
Love it.
That's right. All right.
All right. The festivities continue. And for those of you that are questioning it in your mind, yes, that was my entire family. or at least my immediate family. It's a large family. So good evening, everyone. Tonight is a proud moment for the city of Roswell and the Roswell Fire Department. I want to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to our mayor, city council, for their continued support and investment in public safety. Your leadership allows us to build, grow, and raise the standard of excellence for our department and the community we serve. This evening, we celebrate achievement, dedication, and the strength of our team. Each promotion and appointment recognized tonight represents more than a new title. It reflects hard work, professional growth, and a deep commitment to serving others. Our success as a department begins with our people. These men and women respond when duty calls, lead by example, and serve with integrity and compassion. The individuals we honor tonight have earned this recognition through their actions, teamwork, and drive to make Roswell a safer place for everyone. As our department continues to grow, these appointments strengthen our foundation and prepare us for the future. Leadership is not about position, it's about attitude, consistency, and character. The individuals before us tonight have shown all three. To our families, we thank you for your support, your patience, and sacrifices that you make. They're not unseen. Behind every firefighter is a strong family that stands beside them through long hours and difficult calls. Let this ceremony remind us that every role in this department matters and that together we continue to build something greater than ourselves. Without further delay, let's take a moment to recognize the men and women who have reached this important milestone. Hold your applause to the end. It is a large group. First, we want to recognize a promotion to the position of lieutenant. The rank of lieutenant marks the beginning of a new level of leadership. A lieutenant guides their crew, manages operation, and ensures every incident is handled with safety and professionalism. This promotion recognizes leadership, mentorship, and a continued commitment to excellence. Please help me welcome Bradley Autolet, Lieutenant of the Roswell Fire Department. As he walks up and shakes hands, I will say little tidbits of people as they go. The lieutenant that we're promoting tonight, Bradley, shows such an incredible amount of determination. This man applied for a position here in the city of Roswell many years ago, and he was determined to be part of this family, and he has come into the family, grown within this family, and it's an absolute honor to see him walking through here tonight as a lieutenant. Next is the Assistant Fire Marshal. Assistant Fire Marshal plays a key role in protecting our community long before emergencies even happen. Through inspections, investigations, and fire prevention education, this position helps prevent tragedy, safeguards property, and strengthens the safety of our city. Please welcome Assistant Fire Marshal David O'Neill. I believe Assistant Fire Marshal David O'Neill is the only one that has a family larger than mine. Fire apparatus operator. The fire apparatus operator are trusted professionals who keep our operations running safely and efficiently. They ensure our engines, ladders, and equipment are ready when the call comes in. Their skill, focus, and leadership are vital to the success of every response. This promotion recognizes their professionalism, reliability, and dedication to the mission. Very, very important to note. Mayor, council, community, the city of Roswell, for the first time in history, after tonight, you will have the second phase of the fire apparatus operator, which means we will have a complete 30 apparatus operators in the city of Roswell behind our units. So that is a big deal. So please welcome Zachary Beck, Jerry Boyd, Zachary Brower, Stephen Estes, Joshua Gill. Ramon Inge. Michael Martin. Worth noting, and he knew I would do this, Michael has been with us since 1988. Mark Morgan. Robert Powers. Andrew Riley. Brandy Gale Sadowski. William Cheshire. Eric Stover. Garrett Townsend. Kyle Wright. And Cameron Chester. Not only are they competent and well-deserving of this, what a good-looking bunch. Next, we'll be welcoming our new firefighters. Our firefighters are the heart of this department. They're the ones who answer every call and stand ready to serve this community at any hour. The new firefighters bring energy, skill, and a commitment to uphold the values that define the Roswell Fire Department. Our new firefighters are Robert Bonner, Kevin Contreras, Cole Donaldson, and Ashmere Moise.
All right, Chief Trost, let's round them up here to the front. Let's get ready for a group swearing in. I think we're all going to be up here at the top. Got it? Perfect. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and protect the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Georgia, and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the charter of the city of Roswell, and that I will faithfully perform all the duties entrusted to me in my service to the city of Roswell in any position to which I'm appointed or promoted, to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give a big round of applause. Join in for a.
Guys, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you're gonna flank the sides. You're gonna face me. And you guys can rotate as well if you'd like, if you're able to. 1, 2. They put. Yep, one more with the command staff. All right, ready? 1, 2.
Okay, let's see. The next item on the mayor's report is a proclamation recognizing Roswell, Inc. for winning 4 2025 Excellence in Economic Development Awards from the International Economic Development Council. I'd like to ask the president of Roswell, Inc., Steve Stroud, please come forward. So this will be read, the proclamation be read to Steve Stroud, President and CEO of Roswell, Inc., and to John Alsbill, the Chairman of the Board. Welcome, gentlemen. Proclamation, Office of the Mayor. Celebrating Roswell, Inc.'s 2025 Excellence in Economic Development Awards. Whereas Roswell, Inc. was accredited in 2021 and serves as a vital public-private partner of the city of Roswell, Georgia, driving economic development and serving as a catalyst for growth and innovation, which bridges the gap between local government and the business community. And whereas the Roswell, Inc. team provides resources, services, and support to current and prospective businesses, attracting and recruiting new companies and entrepreneurs while forging strong partnerships with both public and private entities. And whereas Roswell, Inc. has received 4 awards recognizing excellence in economic development at the 2025 International Economic Development Council, the IEDC Awards. This achievement marks Roswell, Inc. as the most awarded economic development organization in the entire state of Georgia for 2025. And whereas Roswell, Inc.'s honors showcase its pivotal role in driving economic development and community engagement within Roswell, Georgia. Its recognition includes the Bronze Award for Economic Development Organization of the Year, the most prestigious honor of the annual awards program, and the first in Georgia to receive any level of award for economic development. Gold for their annual impact report, Gold for their reuse and redevelopment project, Southern Post, and silver for their digital media content at Roswell Brew Talks podcast. And whereas these awards were selected from more than 400 international submissions, with less than 190 awards honored worldwide, Roswell Inc. submitted 6 applications and secured 4 awards, demonstrating both the breadth and depth of its economic development initiatives. Congratulations, Steve and John.
I get the microphone? Well, I couldn't do it without staff, and we couldn't do it without a fire department. My grandfather was a fireman, and he was fire chief. And I'll tell you this quick story. He wasn't fire chief here in Roswell, but there was a red phone when I was a little bitty guy. And when that red phone went off, you knew nobody touched that red phone. And I was never allowed to touch that red phone. So I got the utmost respect for this fire department and always will and will always will have. But thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for council, because what we've done over the last 15 years is work together with the business community to make Roswell a better place for my grandkids to come back and live, a safe place because of people like you that you commit to the city of Roswell and to the citizens. As a lifelong resident of Roswell, thank you for your commitment.
Congratulations. Before we get, and by the way, Steve, you're still not allowed to touch the red phone.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Hey, Ashley, Dan, come on, real quick. There you go. All right, your mama won't, she won't care.
After Roswell, after you. Yeah. I just got a note, fire team. Sorry, I apologize. Chief Troach just handed me a note. And he said he requests that you stay through the entire meeting tonight. All right. Yeah, and council too, you have to stay. All right, last on the mayor's report is the Roswell results update. This update will be presented by Councilmember and Pro Tem Lee Hills and Councilmember Sarah Beeson, while a slide presentation is shown on the screen. Ladies?
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. The city of Roswell continues to make strategic, fiscally responsible investments that improve how we serve our residents and businesses. Through Roswell Results, we're showing how thoughtful planning and collaboration are producing real outcomes across our community. Tonight, instead of our usual list of upcoming events, we'll highlight a few of the latest projects featured at www.roswellresults.com, and you can always find community events at www.roswell365.com.
I will say the mayor was joking. After this presentation, there will be a wonderful pause if you wanted to shift out. We understand. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., we will have a ribbon cutting on the Resident and Business Services Center right here at City Hall campus. This new facility will bring multiple customer-facing services together under one roof right here at City Hall, giving residents and businesses a true one-stop experience. It's a major step forward in our commitment to service excellence.
This new service works hand in hand with the recently launched Roswell Permitting and Licensing Hub, which went live earlier this month. Together, these initiatives replace more than 100 paper-based applications and manual processes across 8 departments, creating more connected, modern experience for customers. Residents and business owners can now apply, pay, and track permits and licenses online while still having in-person support through the new center. To access the hub, visit roswellgov.com/hub, H-U-B. It's faster, more transparent, and easier for everyone.
The City of Roswell continues to make smart, forward-thinking investments in public safety. Our public safety headquarters is now operational, with the Roswell Police Department already moved in and the Fire Department expected to join early next year. By repurposing an existing facility rather than building new, the city saved taxpayers more than $11 million while creating a collaborative, state-of-the-art space for our first responders. You can view a new video featuring the mayor and behind-the-scenes look at headquarters on the Roswell Results webpage.
The City of Roswell is taking another major step toward increasing access to affordable housing with the release of its 2025 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. A key focus of this plan is the ongoing redevelopment of Pelfrey Pines Apartments at 199 Grove Way, a long-standing affordable housing community operated by the Roswell Housing Authority. Backed by a $2,039,000 Section 108 loan for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the city is committing its entire $400,668 of CDBG allocation toward repayment of the loan and redevelopment of Pelfrey Pines, one of Roswell's most significant affordable housing projects in decades.
The original 40-unit complex was demolished earlier this year due to structural concerns. In its place, the Housing Authority will construct 102 new affordable apartments during Phase 1 multi-phase redevelopment effort. We'll celebrate the progress with a groundbreaking ceremony this Thursday, October 30th at 10 a.m. at 199 Grove Way. You're more than welcome to join us. Again, it's Thursday, October 30th at 10 a.m. at 199 Grove Way, just around the corner. This redevelopment is a cornerstone of Roswell's 5-year CDBG strategic plan, helping to create long-term sustainable housing solutions for residents. Transparency and access to information are at the heart of good governance, and last week the city held 2 focus groups to gather feedback on our new city dashboard initiative. This dashboard will bring multiple project dashboards into one central, easy-use platform that residents can access anytime. It will be maintained internally, built on existing tools to reduce cost, and designed for both desktop and mobile users. This new dashboard will serve as a transparent public-facing tool that tracks the progress of key city and bond-funded projects across departments, from transportation and zoning to parks and infrastructure. It will feature interactive maps, project timelines, and easy-to-understand indicators showing which projects are on track, in progress, or complete. Departments will manage their own project data while communications ensures clear and consistent language across the site. The goal is to give residents a quick 15-second overview of each project with links for those who want more details. When launched, the city dashboard will make it easier for residents to stay informed and see the progress happening throughout Roswell, reinforcing transparency, accountability, and trust.
The City of Roswell remains committed to fostering safer neighborhoods through the Slow Down in Roswell program, one of the mayor's top priorities for 2025. This initiative promotes responsible driving behavior and supports proven engineering solutions to reduce speeding, discourage cut-through traffic, and enhance pedestrian safety.
At the October 14th council meeting, we approved a neighborhood traffic calming policy, which provides a clear and data-driven process for evaluating and implementing a traffic calming measure across the city. The program's objectives include reducing vehicle speeds within safe limits, discouraging non-local traffic on neighborhood streets, and limiting heavy truck traffic in residential areas. The full traffic calming matrix can be found at roswellgov.com.
The Slow Down in Roswell initiative also aligns with our investment in pedestrian and bicycle safety. The Hardscrabble multi-use trail is currently under construction. The King Road section of the trail has been completed, and King Road has been resurfaced. Storm drain work is now underway along Hardscrabble Road, and the contractor has begun grading to prepare for pouring new segments of the trail. Intermittent lane closures are expected between now and the project's estimated completion in March of 2026. When finished, this trail will provide a much-needed pedestrian connection to nearby commercial areas, creating safer, more accessible routes for walkers, runners, and cyclists. We'll soon be breaking ground on the Woodstock Road multi-use trail, continuing our commitment to safer, more connected corridors throughout the city.
Another major project shaping the heart of downtown is the Hill Street multi-use redevelopment, transforming 39 Hill Street from an outdated police facility and surrounding Gray Field into a vibrant, walkable destination. The project emphasizes design excellence with architecture that reflects Roswell's character, new public green spaces, and improved pedestrian connectivity. It supports Roswell's broader strategic priorities, including economic development and infrastructure investment, while continuing the transformation of city-owned properties into value-producing community assets.
These projects, from new service centers to affordable housing, dashboards, public safety, redevelopment, and safer streets, demonstrate how Roswell is turning strategy into action.
Roswell Results isn't just about projects, it's about purpose. Visit roswellresults.com to see how we're building a stronger, safer, and more connected Roswell together.
Mayor?
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Sarah, so much. I appreciate it. And that ends the mayor's report for this evening's council meeting. Next is the consent agenda. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who would like to speak on the consent agenda?
There are no speakers for the consent agenda.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Does council have any comments or questions regarding the consent agenda? Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion made by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Sells. All those in favor of the passing the consent agenda tonight, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous, and the consent agenda passes. Thank you very much. All right, next is the regular agenda. Item 1, City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read the first item?
Yes, this is approval to authorize the mayor or city administrator to execute a letter of intent with Patriot Growth Capital, LLC, and ATL Vets to establish an accelerator facility in the city of Roswell. This will be presented by Jeffrey Leatherman, Senior Vice President and Deputy City Administrator.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. Before I get started with the presentation, I want to make some introductions, and we have a very important group of individuals behind me. We have invited, as part of this item tonight, our esteemed veterans who we started recognizing 4 years ago. And the esteemed veterans, as you've seen tonight, are recognized at every single meeting, and that is a commitment of this mayor and of this council. And so before we go any further, I would just like them, those that are here, our esteemed veterans right behind me, to stand and be recognized as part of our presentation tonight. So esteemed veterans, please stand. Thank you so much, and there will be an invitation shortly thereafter to take a photo also as part of this event. As part of this presentation, I would like to now introduce Peter Sorkoff, part of our economic development team, to make some additional introductions and provide some background on this project. Peter?
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Knighton, Mr. Davidson. I'm excited that this LOI is before you today. As a little additional context before I introduce two very special guests, we've spent quite a bit of time talking about innovation, accelerators, advanced technologies to really help us redefine our industry strategy here in Roswell. And in looking at a lot of different programs, both locally, regionally, as well as nationally and internationally, I know there were 3 key tenets that we were really looking to define in a program that we would want to bring to Roswell. One, could we find a program based around innovation that would be accretive to the businesses and the residents of Roswell that are already here? 2, could we find a program that would also help us attract new businesses to Roswell because of a program like we're going to talk about tonight? And really the third was, could this accelerator, incubator / accelerator program also help us redefine our industry strategy and bring new industries into Roswell that have not existed here before to help accelerate our growth economically? I will tell you that one thing that we did not contemplate was what the Patriot Growth Fund brings to the equation as well. And I'm going to ask Zach Knight and Zach Miller to come and join me. I think really they deserve the microphone to be able to better explain to you what that fourth secret ingredient is And certainly those esteemed veterans behind us tonight are a bit of a telltale of the story that they're going to share with you, but couldn't be more excited to allow them to take the microphone and explain the Patriot Growth Fund to you.
Thanks, Peter. Welcome, Zach. Welcome, Zach.
Kurt, thank you, council, men and women on the police force and the fire department. Patriot Growth Capital,
Zach, tell everybody who you are, by the way.
a little bit about me.
No, just tell
Yes.
everybody your name and what your role is.
Yes, sir. My name is Zach Miller, and I'm the CEO and managing partner of Patriot Growth Capital. Patriot Growth Capital is a private equity firm really established to impact veteran families, right? Not just the men and women that are fighting for our freedom or that have fought for it, but the families that, live with these individuals. I am one of those, son of 2 Marines, very proud son of 2 Marines. Patriot Growth Capital was really an idea that me and my partners brought to fruition. We wanted to figure out how to create business owners and businessmen and women out of the veteran community. And how we do that is we purchase businesses and we invest in businesses and then implant veterans to become owner-operators or operators within those specific businesses. Been on a path for about 22 months, and it's come to our attention that there's a big need in the innovation space. We're very deeply tied to the defense and security of our national defense in that world. And we saw an opportunity with the companies that we were having conversations with to establish, an HQ, if you will, maybe in the city of Roswell, if that's possible. And the ability to really build businesses from the ground up, help accelerate them through revenue, and more contracts, and even commercialize some of that defense technology that could be available for our citizens. I'm going to let Zach Knight take the microphone and talk a little bit more about ATL Vets and what we're talking about when we're talking about this Defense Tech Accelerator sitting in Roswell. But it's, an exciting opportunity for the city, for the state, and the companies that we have ready to come on board are going to make a massive impact in our national defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Good evening. Zach Knight, the founder of ATL Vets. The ATL actually stands for Advancing the Line, but being born and raised here in Atlanta, I wanted to pay homage back to Atlanta. So ATL Vets I founded a little bit over 2 years ago, and at the request of the council, as a proud Army veteran and former law enforcement officer, I will leave the jokes about the Navy and firefighters out of the evening, and they do outnumber us pretty heavily this evening. ATL Vets was really founded on entrepreneurship and helping veterans that have spent many, many years in the uniform, veterans of both the military and law enforcement, to find now what. I was medically retired after a deployment to Afghanistan with 10th Special Forces Group and didn't know what I was going to do after that. And my whole world came crashing when I lost that uniform. And one of the visions of ATL Vets is helping veterans find now what? Now what do we do? When we initially started ATL Vets, and then as the Chief Impact Officer for Patriot Growth, I had a vision of creating a Veteran Center of Excellence, essentially somewhere where we could do business, life together, have a human performance facility, co-working space, auditorium space, and then it expanded more and more with Patriot Growth's growth itself into the defense tech space. So we've overlaid that concept with a defense tech accelerator, where we're going to be able to provide innovation and reformatting what the future warfighter looks like, both on national security, the military, and everything we see in our community. So it's a great opportunity. We're very excited to be a part of this project and look forward to many great things for law enforcement, Army guys, and everybody else. Thank you all.
Hey, Zach, before you leave, Zach, let's talk a little bit about why this thing works versus perhaps other incubators. A lot of incubators, a lot of programs out there to help vets, tons and tons. Lots of great programs. But what's different about this is, one, from your perspective as a venture capitalist, you need to speak to that a little bit. The fact that you're a venture capitalist and you're raising money to buy companies and buy businesses, right? And then you're going through a training program to take a former military person who's selected, right? That then has to go through the program for 4 years to learn the business from top to bottom. You provide the capital, and then you provide whether or not this person can actually execute the ability to buy this business ultimately. But you're providing the capital. There's a lot of pieces to this equation. It's a big deal.
Sure. Yes, sir. You're speaking to our practical MBA. So the difference between going to Harvard and paying 6 figures and coming out with some debt with a great network, we actually bring, the veteran or the veteran's spouse or the family member into our businesses. We train them over 60 months, 5-year period. They start in our mailroom, work their way all the way up to working, on the business as an operator. The beauty of that is we're teaching them how to fish, right? This isn't a charity, right? They've got to do some hard work. We have a very hardcore filtering process as well. We're going to know what their dreams are, where they want their life to be, bring them closer as family members together. But we want to set them on a path that does something a little bit differently and pay them 6 figures a year to learn how to operate a business.
And it takes venture capital and your expertise in venture capital to raise the capital to be able to buy the businesses. You want to talk a little bit about that so people understand
Yes,
this?
sir. I spent 16 years in the startup world here in Atlanta, so out of ATDC and Atlanta Tech Village. I keep thinking about ATL Vets. So worked with a lot of different companies within Silicon Valley, whether they were headquartered in Atlanta or not, Boston as well, and went through tons of mergers and acquisitions throughout that career path. What we know is that there's some grants out there today, right, that our president has put in place, and that national defense is very, very important. So beauty of the ecosystem that I've been able to build, as well as Mr. Knight here and our other partners, John Bates and Jeff Barnes. We've got a network of networks, if you will, of people that are very, very fired up about protecting America and what that can do. So when it comes to raising money and funding these projects, we have the resources to do so. But the beauty is in what you were talking about, Kurt, really about the practical MBA, right? How we teach these individuals. They start in our mailroom again. They're working in the business. They're getting 10,000 plus hours over those 5 years. And on month 61, we get to hand them the keys.
Where'd Peter go? Peter? Why'd you run so far away? So just going to tie this because you mentioned the three things and then really Zach kind of touched on the fourth. But let's kind of mention it's important because we're talking about Roswell, we're talking about ED strategy, economic development strategy. We're talking about certain sectors and why this would make sense for the city of Roswell, short-term, mid-term, and long-term in terms of the ED strategy and how this incubation program might fit into that.
Well, I think I'll maybe cite PBS Aerospace as a great starting place. So you have to sort of first get a stake in the ground. Someone has to go first, which is certainly the hardest move. Once you get that first flag sort of planted in the ground, I think, Zach and I have certainly talked about how do you then build clusters, industry clusters around that first flag. So, PBS for us, and I think for the city of Roswell was such a win because they're not only in the aerospace and the advanced air mobility space, but they're also in the defense space. They're actually in cryogenics and a whole bunch of other things as well. But for our purposes, we're very, very focused on defense and aerospace. And so I think what I was really enamored with when Zach and JB and I started really talking and understanding the vision of what they had put together was this notion that there is a group of unbelievably well-trained operators who are exiting one industry, I'm going to call it military and industry just for the sake of the metaphor, and looking to shift into another industry. And so there's no quicker way to accelerate those clusters because recruitment is expensive, it takes time, it requires a lot of diligence to actually bring those companies to Roswell. So to accelerate that, actually going and finding fantastic entrepreneurs who are already amazing operators. They have nothing left to prove as operators, right? They just have to be able to learn the business, learn entrepreneurial skills, and then they really, I think in our large-scale strategy, will fill the gaps in between the PBS and the next group and the next group and the next group after that. And I think what's very interesting, and Zach, either Zach can sort of speak to this, there are already companies that are in their network that I think are interested, know about PBS, know about some of the interesting things strategically that the city is doing from an ED strategy perspective, and are already sort of raising their hand to say, we're really interested in better understanding how can we fit in this ecosystem? Because ultimately it's that ecosystem that we have to create that will be sustainable. And those operators and those entrepreneurs are really the lifeblood of that ecosystem. They're the one that bring nutrients and fresh oxygen to the entire ecosystem to keep it alive and keep it growing. So to me, this is a vital component to something much, much bigger than just trying to win a single company or maybe a single industry to put a flag here.
Thank you, Peter. Well said. Thank you, Zach. And Zach, don't go far. I'm gonna go to residents first, if with your permission. I just wanted to have the team extrapolate. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Peter, Deb, don't go far. All right. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who would like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Yes, ma'am? Did you put a card back there? Okay.
Hello.
Hold on, she'll call you, Courtney, just a second.
Sure. Courtney Rozier.
Hi. No, I think this is wonderful. I really think it's an exciting news and information. I just really had kind of a couple of clarification questions just that came to mind as I was listening to the comments from the gentleman. Is that with it being a letter of intent, just a little bit perhaps information about what the city's role is since there's the letter of intent, and just clarification in regards to what I wasn't quite understanding what an accelerator program was. It sounded like perhaps it was, I wasn't sure, like maybe a training center or a place where different businesses would start and then roll out. So happy to hear more information.
Okay, Courtney, thank you.
Great questions, and I'll maybe lean on Zach and Zach to fill in any additional details. But the difference between an accelerator and an incubator, you can kind of think of somebody who has a concept for a business. They don't necessarily have a product. They don't have an MVP to be able to kind of take to market or refine. And so these are sort of nascent entrepreneurs who really need the support around them, how to build a P&L, how to build their budgets out, how to contemplate product development, trying to understand the competitive landscape of where they may fit as either a service or a product. So it's very, very early on. We are less concerned about...
Peter,
yes.
This way.
Sorry. We are less concerned about incubating as we are accelerating. And accelerating is about market-ready companies that have a product that are frankly ready to be scaled. And so the primary focus for us would be to be honed in on accelerating ultimately first. Those are businesses with staff. Sometimes they're pre-revenue, but a lot of times they're actually already seeing revenue. And then ultimately, I think from a programmatic perspective, the city has had some discussions with some landowners who are very excited about the possibility of officing Patriot Growth Fund at their site. So that is a place where I think the city can support them and have tried to introduce them into a broader network, and then we'll continue to support them actually being integrated into the fabric of the city. So at this point, there are no financial asks of the city for this letter of intent. I think as we move from an LOI, should it be approved, we would then move into something more binding with an MOU that would then start to maybe dictate some more very specific terms that the city would either be interested in signing up for or a P3 partnership, both between the Patriot Growth Fund, the private sector, and then the city representing the public sector.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Thank you, Courtney, for those questions. All right, I'm going to move to council. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter at hand? Councilmember Sells?
Just a couple of quick questions. MVP stands for minimum viable product, just to be clear. So that means that they have a product that is ready for market. As Peter said, that's what that means. They have a viable product that's looking for scale, which means manufacturing. It's looking for leadership in certain key areas that perhaps most entrepreneurs come from. Zach, would you say they're typically sales side or product side, and so very little CFO skills, very little fundraising skills, very little scaling operational skills. So that's what an accelerator does. Is the product has already passed the bench phase. It's now been proved, and that's what this is doing. You guys, have you closed Fund 1, or do you intend to do soft circle? What's the capital plan for your deal?
Thank you for that question. And a little bit more on the accelerator piece. We currently have partnerships with ATDC, Hatchbridge over at KSU, and University of North Georgia. where several issues that they're running into with the companies going there is that they don't have access to capital.
Right.
So they're essentially graduating out of those programs and coming to us with those partnerships and moving into hopefully Roswell, where we can actually build those companies. When it comes to closing, we do have acquisitions under our portfolio, and we just are wrapping up our first round of a $5 million raise and then further development into launching another fund.
Okay. So I think just to put this on in a nutshell, the role here is to marry capital, skills with the scalable company to get to market and to create what would be an enterprise as opposed to a garage shop kind of. We're well past the garage shop. We're now ready to be a true business that's an employer. And so our role as a city would be perhaps helping them. You know, Steve Stroud, as he demonstrated earlier, has great contacts. So then it's market making and those kinds of things. Those are the kinds of things that we as a city want to help businesses do and grow businesses in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. Any other thoughts, comments, questions from council? Very good. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Peter, very much. If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion? Motion made by Councilmember Sells. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lee Hills and Pro Tem. All those understand the item 1, or please do so if you're approving of it by raising your hands. Thank you very much. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask the esteemed veterans along board the ATL to come forward for a quick photo op for this real quick. So gentlemen, and City Council, please join me as well. This is for celebrate our esteemed vets.
Largest Rotary clubs in the state. I'd love to have you come to Rotary with me as my guest.
I'd love to do it, man. You let me know. I'll be there.
Well, you've got my card.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll send you an email or a text.
Same thing. You have one of the largest Rotary clubs in the state. I'd love to have you all come as my guest to Rotary.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Well, we have a partner in the Coast Guard. All right? I'm the tall guy.
Hi.
Someone take me.
Okay.
Hey, brother. Thank you.
Look forward to working with
Yes,
you guys.
sir. We're excited, man.
I was with Resurgence Capital for about 8 years.
Okay. All right. You knew it, baby.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your esteemed vet.
Be in contact with you. Yes, sir.
You've got my card.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So exciting. You guys up on the other side.
We're excited about it. It's going to be very cool.
Yeah, it sounds good. For you ladies. Good? Well, I feel good. And it's only Monday. I know. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, item 2. City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read the second item on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor or city administrator to execute one or more leases for 3 fire apparatus under the GMA leasing program and subsequent budget amendment. This will be presented by Chief Financial Officer Bill Godshall.
Thanks so much, Nancy. Welcome, Bill. Oh, there it is.
Mayor, esteemed council, thank you for your time. What I want to talk about tonight is an opportunity to finance 3 fire apparatus vehicles that were delivered during the course of the year. So a little bit about the history and the funding of these 3 vehicles. The first vehicle is fire ladder truck number 25. We included a budget amendment in 2023. The apparatus was ordered in May of 2023, and as our new Chief Probell will tell you, lead time on orders is extensive, 2 years in this case. And we had our push-in ceremony at Firehouse 25 on September 30, 2025. The second is a fire engine. It was also approved with a mid-year budget in fiscal year 2022. It was ordered in December of 21, and our push-in ceremony on that one was July 26, 2025. And the final one is fire engine number 26, again approved in the fiscal year 2022 budget, ordered in December 21, and its push-in was July 26, 2025. So with each of these budget amendments, we identified that we wanted to use our traditional lease financing method, and in order to do so, we had to go to market to look for lessors and other opportunities. Under the laws of Georgia, we have to work with a GMA to enter into a lease-to-own arrangement. Typically, in the past, GMA has run these solicitation process for us to obtain a lease. But this year, I also wanted to use our network of banks to see if we could find better pricing. So here's the results. We got 4 bids, 1 from GMA and 3 from our own network of banks through our investment advisor, Tryon Advisors. GMA's Bank Magnolia came in at 7.2% for 10 years level payment for a grand total of $4.3 million. The other 3 bids came in under our banking network, all level payments, with JP Morgan coming in at 4.53%, which is obviously significantly lower than what we were quoted by the agency. And that resulted in a $3.76 million sum total payments over 10 years. Each of these payments on an annual basis is $51,000 lower than if we'd have pursued traditional financing means, and a cumulative total savings of $510,000. So we obviously recommend going JP Morgan Chase and ask that you approve the resolution to do so. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Well, you're a little humble, Bill. I mean, that's a pretty humble sales job for a guy that's delivering $500,000 back to the city over traditional methods of financing, which is what the city historically has used. And you just educated us on how incredibly clear that is. So well done, and thanks for your humility. Thanks for you and your professionalism, and thanks to you and your department for your professionalism. Well done. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
All right, I'm going to take it to council. Council, I guess you're going to get some comments or questions on this. Councilmember Sells?
I got one. This is, you said this was a, GMA is required to carry this lease to market, is what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were the worst of the bids by far, by a significant, what was that, by 70% difference from worst to best, something like that, in terms of the rate?
Something like, oh, on terms of rate, yeah, it's stark.
Right, exactly.
We are required to work through GMA, but we don't have to select their bank. We do have to use their paperwork and their methodology, and these 3 banks we cleared that process with the bidders before we opened up their bids.
Right.
We made sure they could work with us.
Right, and so taking a business approach to this and taking it to market was net savings to the city of $500,000 over the course of the lease. That's the upshot.
Yes, sir.
And this GMA is the same outfit that managed our pension fund for the unfunded $27 million of pension fund. So
10-8 to 27.
Yeah. So thank you for finding the weaknesses in their process, Bill. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. David, I'm going to go to Councilmember Christine Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Gottschall. I just want to point out that we are so lucky and so happy that we have this level of talent in our city and in our finance department.
Well, we're not lucky. We ain't lucky, girl. There ain't nothing about luck.
Well, this has been strategic, and thank you very much. But what it points to is asking the right questions and just not accepting something at face value, where we have done as a city for many, many years and decades, and really had the short end of the stick from doing that. We have to ask the right questions so that we can get the best results for the residents of the city.
Christine, you've led the charge on this, in all seriousness. I mean, you've been screaming from the rooftops since the day I got here, and I know before I got here, you were screaming from the rooftops. It's a perfect example. It's why you're screaming for priority-based budgetings, why you're screaming for zero-based budgetings, why you're screaming, like, I need top-level talent. That's why we went and got Bill Godshell. That's why we got Adam Navente. Like, you have to have people who, by the way, I don't know if the term is business, Ellen, or government. No, I'll give you a second. I got a question. But, Christine, it's not luck, because you've been intentional about this, and the senior management team's not been intentional about it, and the results are glaring. Councilmember Johnson.
Bill, what's your role for the city?
I'm sorry?
What's your role? What's your
My
title?
role?
Yeah.
I'm Chief Financial Officer.
Are you, since I'm a certified anesthesiology assistant, I don't work in the business world, are you in the C-suite for the city?
Yes, the C-suite.
And you just saved the city $500,000, give or take?
Yes, sir, 510.
Any other things that you saved the city on, or is that coming up later tonight?
Next year, we'll save approximately $600,000 on the pension liability because we moved from, not just moved from GMEBs, but engaged our own actuary.
So to get to your point, we pay talent at the C-suite level to save the taxpayers' money.
That's a great point, David.
Okay. Yeah, that's when, I'm not in the business world, so
Councilmember Johnson, if I could add one thing, though, I think part of the credit does go to our balance sheet, to be honest. I mean, we have such a strong balance sheet. We have a AAA credit rating. I appreciate the accolades, but you have to have something to work with.
But you have to manage the balance sheet forward, not backwards.
Absolutely.
That's a big difference, Bill.
Yes, sir.
That's why you're here, is managing a balance sheet forward rather than backwards. I'm sorry, I'm talking technical jargon. Ellen, you can, yes, sir, Councilmember Johnson.
who's in charge of the balance sheet of the city?
Well, ultimately, we are.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, but who's the, is it?
Practically, you need professional talent that can manage a balance sheet at a very high level.
It's our CFO, right?
It's a CFO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions from council? It's a clear story. This is an amazing story. Thank you for saving the city $500,000, Bill, by being, even within the confines of state law, that you have to go through the GMA process, but being creative enough then to go out and use the leverage of your experience to go out and find better financing, which means $500,000 to the city of Roswell. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Council, do I have a motion on this item? Motion made by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Beeson. Did you want to say something, Will? Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Beeson. All those in favor of approval of the resolution here as stated in item 2, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations, City of Roswell, and Bill, and Adam, and firefighters. You get your apparatus. Well done. Thank you, gentlemen, lady and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, City Clerk Nancy Long, I believe we're on the third item. Would you please read the next item on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is approval for the mayor or city administrator to sign a project intergovernmental agreement, scope of work number 1, related to the Bowen and 92 property with the Roswell Development Authority, presented by Daryl Connolly, Director of Economic Development.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Welcome, Daryl.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Hey, Daryl.
Thanks for the technical difficulties there. Tonight, we have we're requesting approval to sign an intergovernmental agreement, scope of work number 1 with the Roswell Development Authority related to the Bowen and 92 property. So just by background, back in November 2023, the city purchased about 8.7 acres of property for $4.5 million at Bowen and 92. It was intended for civic purposes and community service amenities. We looked at balanced public use and economic development potential for that property. Back in January of this past year, we entered into a master services agreement with the Roswell Development Authority. That master services agreement was for economic development projects that we wanted the RDA to enter into. In September 2025, Council authorized the RDA to negotiate the sale of the Bowen and 92 property for $5 million. And in September of 2025, the RDA entered into a letter of intent with SJC Ventures. That particular transaction, the letter of intent, it is not a purchase and sale agreement, but that is for $5 million, retaining about 2.5 acres of property for a fire station. The scope of work number 1, that is the first scope of work under the master services agreement with the RDA. It basically is setting out a framework for the city and the RDA with responsibilities. Basically says that the city is going to convey land at the Bowen and 92 property to the RDA. We're going to provide the legal and staff support. The RDA is going to accept that land and sell the land to SJC Ventures and ensure inclusion of a fire station site along with easements. They would essentially remit funds to the city of the $5 million less a fee of 0.5%. This is very, very early in the process. This is essentially formalizing the agreement between the city and the RDA. We do not have a purchase and sale agreement. It has not been negotiated. We don't have the site plan at this point. This is just very early. So we are asking the city for a motion to approve of the mayor and city administrator to sign a project intergovernmental agreement, scope of work number 1, with the city related to the Bowen and 92 property.
Thank you, Daryl, so much. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you so much, Nancy. And let's see, do I have any council members who'd like to address this item? Yes, ma'am. If you'll submit it back there, please.
Hi. I was just wondering.
Just a second,
oh,
Courtney,
sorry.
let Nancy call you up there, please,
Apologize.
ma'am.
Courtney Rozier.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, Courtney.
Thank you. Can you provide a little bit more information about how this fits into an overall timeline? Because like when looking at the slides, does the actual agreement, is it specific to a grocery store? Or is it open to other types of developments? And because what I'm wondering is, having talked to residents of the Orchard, is there opportunities to have conversations about the type of development that goes in there? I also had questions about, I believe this is zoned as Parkway Village, and if Parkway Village, like what type of development that would allow there, because since there's been a lot of discussions about multi-use, multi-use would be one of those options.
Thank you so much, Courtney.
So this particular SOW relates to this property and this developer. So the RDA exercised or entered into an LOI for the project, so we are allowing them to work out the details of that agreement.
Thank you very much, Daryl. All right. Thank you. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter? Councilmember Sells?
Sorry, I'm going to roll. So let's just dive into that just a little bit. So the RDA is a tool of the city for making economic activity occur, and so we have a master services agreement with them that handles the relationship. And then as a project unfolds, we do progressive statements of work or scopes of work, which is what this is. This is a scope of work to empower them to take the next step. So would you talk a little bit about that process? Because this is a process we're using across RDA, DDA, the PFA, SEER. This is the way we're doing economic development so that everybody is lined up and doing the next right thing, not the 10th right thing. They're doing the next right thing. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Sure. There's two master services agreements, as you said. One is with the RDA, the other one is with the DDA. So with the RDA, this is the first scope of work under that master services agreement. And the master services agreement, essentially for economic development projects that the city wants to have the RDA pursue. And so this is the first one. They will work out the details of the agreement. It will come back to us, but we want to make sure that there's 100% alignment with on this particular project, as well as other economic development projects.
So whether we, I guess the RDA in times past could have gone and negotiated this stuff without being in the economic process of the city, but this is a different way to do it than you have seen in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so what we're doing is we're making sure that we're all lined up and moving along the path. And so Courtney, that's what's going on here. We're just advancing, we're giving them the authority to begin a negotiation and see where that comes. And then it will come to the city, it come to the residents when there is general agreement on the nature of the project. And this is just that next thing. Okay?
Thank you, Alan. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you very much. Being that said, thank you, Daryl. Do I have a motion? I thank you very much, Courtney. We appreciate your time and questions. Thank you. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Sells? Yes, please. You're on number 3.
Number 3. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve, for approval for the mayor or city administrator to sign a project intergovernmental agreement, scope of work number 1, related to Bowen and 92 property with the Roswell Development Authority.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ortland. All those in favor, as the motion stated by Councilmember Sells, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous, and the motion passes. Thank you very much. Nancy, would you please read item 4 on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is the Economic Development Third Quarter Report 2025, presented by Jeff Leatherman, Senior Vice President and Deputy City Administrator.
Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to present to you tonight quarter 3 of our economic development report. I'm going to go through a background of our economic development strategy and talk a little bit about how we got here in the road to our successes as it relates to quarter 3. We also have Mr. Sorkoff here tonight. He's going to cover a couple of slides at the end that's going to be talking about our quarter 4 strategy and what the community can expect looking forward over the next couple of months. As you recall, back in July of 2024, we started to lay out our economic development strategy under 4 goals and objectives: a growth objective, balanced, our brand, integrating our projects throughout the city of Roswell, optimizing, which is enhancing our infrastructure capacity, which we'll talk a little bit about, but we're focusing on that here in 2045 as part of the growth plan. And then innovate and align, establishing Roswell as an applied lab for research and development and innovation. As you just heard earlier this evening, we approved an LOI to move forward with the Patriot Growth Capital Group, along with ATL Vets, as just one component of that strategy moving forward. And we are excited to continue to bring projects forward throughout this year and into next year. As a point of historic reference, I apologize, some of my slides, it looks like the formatting got a little off. I wanted to go back to 2011, and this was Imagine Roswell. This was our 2030 comprehensive plan. And we had a lot of conversations over the course of the last 3 quarters about how we generated our strategy. And as you'll see through the 2030 plan, the 2035 plan, the 2040 plan, and now into the 2045 plan, we have done a tremendous amount of research as part of our economic development strategy on what the community has been looking for throughout the city of Roswell. Part of our public input process and all of those planning efforts really created a lot of opportunity and a lot of detail that we could and have chosen to act upon as part of our economic development strategy. And so we could have gone back, but we really felt like 2011, as we think about the last really 15 years or so, was a good place to begin as we think about the strategy that was laid out before us from the community. As you see in the 2030 plan, branding and marketing strategy, tax incentives, improving our zoning code, which we'll talk about in the next few iterations, and city investment in urban design were all identified as enabling redevelopment. Those were the strategies then. They continue to be part of our strategies now, moving forward as we're working through implementation. As part of our historical reference, we talk about downtown, uptown, midtown, and the east side of our community. Also in 2030, again back in 2011, is when we started to see the first emergence of the Midtown concept. The Midtown for us being around City Center, which you see kind of in the upper right-hand corner of this map. That's the intersection of Holcomb Bridge Road, Highway 9, also known as the wonderful Chick-fil-A corner. We'll also be talking about that as part of our next event tonight, or next agenda item tonight, related to City Center. But as you can see here, this is how we connect the downtown corridor to the midtown corridor, and from our intents and purposes as we think about economic development, also to our uptown corridor. But this is the first time that you really saw the midtown, back in 2003 even, the midtown Roswell begin to take shape. And we've taken and harnessed the goodness from this prior planning effort and started to work on the strategy as it relates to 2025. This is just in 2030, as you see also that same shopping center. Then it was there was a Kmart there actually, or just getting prepared to redevelopment in this area. This was well before my time, so I didn't know it as Kmart. I just know it as the wonderful Chick-fil-A corridor. But this starts to lay out residential development and the reuse of large block, essentially strip malls, as we call them, gray field development, that are underutilized in our community. And the 2030 plan really started to strategize on how we move forward as a community under this new, I will say, constraint as it relates to transition of shopping malls and strip centers. You also see in 2030 some heavy emphasis around the Holcomb Bridge Road and 400 area of our city, which we're continuing to focus on as the east side corridor as part of our planning effort. A lot of community commentary and comments around how we can improve this area, as well as the intensity of use. As we transition into 2035, I want to just highlight a handful of economic development strategies, again, that we've looked back from a research perspective that have informed how we are moving forward from an economic development perspective. A couple of key points is, the bottom 2 points I'll just highlight, is the city is built up, limiting economic growth. You'll hear us talk about that quite a lot in 2025. And the city needs to define how and where infill and redevelopment will occur. Again, as you think about our economic development strategy, our downtown strategy, midtown, uptown, and the east side, what we don't talk about is we don't talk about the Parkway Village. We were just speaking about Bowen and 92. That Parkway Village component, which is essentially the west side of Holcomb Bridge Road along Crossville, has been largely redeveloped as part of the Parkway Village strategy. We have a thriving combination of commercial and residential neighborhoods along that corridor. It was not anticipated here in 2016, nor is it now in 2025 as part of our redevelopment strategy, because it is thriving as it currently is. We have an increase for higher education options in Roswell, including non-college options. Again, we just talked about our Patriot Growth Capital talking about their 60-month training options and opportunity that are not necessarily college-bound related, but also part of the strategy that was called out in 2016 that we have incorporated into our current day strategy. I don't expect you to read the small print there, but just to highlight, in 2035, existing big box developments will have evolved either into a new use or enhanced with additional amenities to keep viable beyond the typical 20-year life cycle. This was the projection back in 2016. It was looking out to 2035. Believe it or not, we're not that far off. We've got about 10 years. And as you have seen throughout the last 2 years, deal making can be long. It can be difficult. It can take years in some case in the making. And so starting too soon is never a problem, and starting too late tends to be our constraint. And utilizing the last sentence, vacant and underutilized strip centers will have successfully achieved adaptive mixed reuse and commercial infill. Again, part of the strategy that we have here in 2025 being informed by the work previously in 2016, excuse me. As we move forward into, I would say, the more recent 2040 plan, this is the plan that we're currently under. We also did a tremendous amount of education and visioneering in 2020, also focused around the east side, as our East Roswell Economic Action Committee report reflects. How do we continue to protect our neighborhoods and then spur economic and redevelopment on? And really, as you look back at the 2030, 2035 plan and the 2040 plan, the outcomes that you can kind of draw the line through all of those was about protecting the neighborhoods, and a tremendous amount of focus on protecting our neighborhoods throughout our community, but not as much focus on truly activating an economic development strategy, and that is what we've been working on the last couple of years. We'll just cover a couple of highlights in our current plan: attracting new business with a diversity of land uses to contribute to the tax base. Again, as it relates to economic development, the city is built up, limiting economic growth. The city needs to redefine and define how and where infill will occur. You'll hear that a second time now. So 2035 or 2040, you heard it, and then you also heard it in this plan, 2035 and 2040. The opportunities I'd like to highlight. Again, this is out of our research during this planning process, as well as the community input process, redeveloping strip and vacant shopping centers, potentially with incentives, housing Class A, leveraging Canton Street as a catalyst. We have Hill Street that is just behind us that we approved in the last couple of months as that catalytic related project that is leveraged based on our success around Canton Street. And developing a redevelopment strategy for key locations such as Georgia 400 and Holcomb Bridge Road. Again, you can take that back all the way to the 2030, 35 plan is key corridors that we have been working on, or at least thinking about, for the past couple of years, and the past really 12 years as a community. All of this work, all of this research, all of this planning effort truly culminating into our strategy as an economic development team. And this is where you come to building the economic development momentum. Sector strategy, geographically catalytic projects, boundary breaking, utilizing the tools that we have developed over the past couple of years, and then applied innovation environment. How do we continue to spin projects off of our success? The more that we produce, the more that we attract, along with our strategy as it relates to the city of Roswell. Again, we've talked about the downtown, midtown, uptown, and east side. These have truly taken shape over the past 3 planning cycles. We have combined them into our economic development strategy and then started to target economic development related projects in all of those sectors and all of those nodes. I just want to put to a quick plug as we work on our 2045 comprehensive growth plan. This is also a key part of our economic development planning effort. Michelle and her team have been doing a great job along with our volunteer steering committee, and I will just pause for a moment and thank the 2 council members that are on our volunteer steering committee who weren't volunteered, they were voluntold by your peers, but then also our committee members who have been invited into that. This is truly a community effort. We had a public input meeting on August 28th. We have our next one on November 6th in East Roswell Park. And this is about digging into the new data and the revised data that we have that's going to help really spur our activities and combining our planning process for 2045 with our economic development strategy. And I'm really, if you can't tell, really excited about the data that we're getting and the information that we're going to continue to derive for our community that will help to make sense of our strategy and truly activate the planning process that have taken place over the last 15 years into an action plan that is our 2045 comp plan. And I will emphasize that a couple more times, that truly our 2045 comp plan is about an action plan related to economic development, but also about a protection plan related to our neighborhoods. And balancing those two actions is what the mission is of our 45 comprehensive plan, as well as our economic development strategy. The committee will be meeting on Wednesday to get a little bit more into the specifics in detail, and this is the small steering committee. We're looking at market research in all of our nodes. This is the Activity Center 4 in Midtown, just to give you a little taste of the data that we are collecting that's driving our economic development strategy. We're looking at what types of businesses do we have in each of those corridors, where are our key areas for potential redevelopment opportunities. You can see City Center front and center, which is the large or yellow dot in the center of your page. We talked about that from 2030, 2035, 2040, now 2045 as being a key component of the Midtown project area. And you see this in different areas of the city as we're taking our planning effort from the last 15 years and making it into an action plan. This also includes specialty areas like our schools and other components of our planning process. This was just from the August meeting, just represented a sample of all of the work that we've been doing and inviting the community in to give us feedback on all the different nodes as it relates to our economic development strategy. So as you can start to see, and we've talked about a number of times, our economic development strategy is starting to combine with our community development strategy under one umbrella, and both of those things working together. What you're going to see as an outcome of this planning process is also now what are the next steps related to infrastructure? How do we continue to improve infrastructure like transportation, trails, roads, and other components that help support our community through the comprehensive planning effort, but also through our transportation planning effort that will then result in a high-performing economic development strategy. Just wanted to touch base just a little bit on our population, and the next 4 slides is just a taster of what the community will see over the course of the next really 3 weeks in our planning meetings as well as our community meetings. This comes back to quarter 1 of 2025 and the presentation that I provided at that time, and we were starting to look at population growth in and around Roswell and in and around the region. And this tells one component of the story. It starts to show where Roswell was back in 1970s, 80s, 90s, and you can start to see in the 2000s, cities around us starting to take shape. And those that have been around for quite some time and for the last 25 years have kind of lived through this as Sandy Springs and Alpharetta and Johns Creek have started to stand up as cities, creating kind of the competition that we would see in the North Metro area. Back in the 80s and 90s, Roswell was the competition. We were competing with ourselves and we were kind of crafting our own vision. And then as the community in Atlanta continued to grow into 2000, 2010, and where we are now, we see that competition from a city perspective starting to spread. What the community and what our committee in the 2045 plan is going to start to do is get into the key trends as it relates to population growth. Roswell is on the bottom line. This has been very purposeful and intentional as you think about our economic development strategy. We want to limit the way and how Roswell is growing. Left to its own devices, you can see Metro Atlanta growing at 22.4%, North Fulton growing at 12.4%. We have identified as a community that we want to make sure that we're growing on purpose to a specific goal. And so we will continue that work in our 2045 planning process. But we have to start drilling down even further as we start to think about, okay, what are the key growth trends in our community as it relates to age demographics? And this starts to tell a different story. It's one thing to have limited growth. It's another thing to understand where that growth is. This is going to help inform and continue to inform our economic development strategy. I'm going to leave this slide up here for a minute because there's a lot going on there. But the top section is really what we've experienced in the last 5 years, and the bottom section is what we've experienced from 2010 to 2025. You can see in the last 5 years that really our aging population, 65 to 85 and over, is where we've seen our growth trajectory, but not in the younger population. That really speaks to as we think about our goals and objectives of growing a healthy, vibrant community, we want to see growth in all of those age sectors. We want to see a growth in our family and age sectors. We want to see growth in our young adult population. We also want to see growth in our aging adult population. All of those sectors need to be working together, and we need healthy jobs. We need key employment nodes in order to support those positions and these demographics as we move forward. One other indicator that we're looking at is our public school enrollment trends. Also looking at elementary schools, middle schools, high schools over the course. This goes back all the way to fiscal year 10 to current year, actually 2024, as it relates to how are we thriving within our community. All of these will come together as data points in our planning process that will begin to support not only our 2045 planning process, but also our economic development strategy as it relates to our goals and objectives. So really important as we start to dig into the data with our community. These are some of the outcomes that we're working towards in Q3, and we'll be sharing with the community both at our meeting this Wednesday with the steering committee, and then as a broader base on November 6th as a public meeting to help dig into the data, provide additional input as we move forward in our economic development related planning processes. That gives us just a quick snapshot of kind of where we've been and what we're working on from a planning process. Also where we've seen from the 2030 all the way to the 2045 comprehensive plan. I just want to speak really quickly to the last couple of quarters and really where we've seen key momentum builders as it relates to our economic development strategy. That's geographically catalytic projects and the tools that we are using. And I just want you to kind of keep that in the back of your mind as we go through our outcomes or our results that we've had in the last few quarters. Hill Street project is a catalytic project, the Master Services Agreement that Mr. Connolly talked about earlier, both with the DDA and the RDA, keeping our tools and recreating our tools that we are using as a community and as a city to spur economic development and redevelopment. That translated into some strong movement along Hill Street with the Land Exchange Agreement, the Roswell Development Finance Program, which we'll hear more about probably in the next couple of weeks as it relates to projects that we're working on in our downtown corridor, and our tax allocation district strategy that is focused on our key corridors, Holcomb Bridge Road to 400, all the way to the Chick-fil-A, and then turning north up to our uptown area. And this helps to set aside funding for economic investment across our community. You will also see tomorrow night at our committee meeting as we're bringing the tax allocation district policies and procedures forward for consideration by mayor and council. As we think about Q3, we have the Roswell Development Finance Program, and that program has launched. We launched the Bona 92 LOI, the Hill Street Overlay District, completed Hill Street closing documents, quarterly reporting framework, which we're discovering and reviewing here tonight, and developing the project tracking system for all of the other projects that are spurred because of the work that we're doing. And it's important to also note that we have projects that are seeking us out that want to be part of our economic development process, and we have put into place a process to review them moving forward as well. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sorkoff. He's going to cover a couple of items related to Q4 and 2025 as we think about moving forward with our economic development strategy and what we can expect as part of the work over the next couple of months.
Thank you, Jeff. I saw the looks on your faces when a couple of the slides came up from 2024 in the infamous hour and 45-minute long presentation. So I'll apologize for any PTSD. I only have 3 slides. I can't guarantee how long they'll go, but I only have 3 slides. The first is really a reference back to something that Jeff touched on that I think is really important and frankly exciting for all of us as a city. This diagram is really just to sort of take you back when we talked about needing to build an exemplar development to signal to the capital community as well as to the developer community that it was possible to actually get a project done in Roswell. And while we had Southern Post to build off of, the Hill Rose project was really an opportunity for us to sort of take what Southern Post had already built for us and then really be able to accelerate that and build some additional tools, as Jeff also referenced, to make the next project more meaningful and to start actually connecting these projects. So again, they start to create an ecosystem for ourselves. And as we talked about the downtown and historic Roswell in 2024, we really talked about interconnectivity of projects that would actually push and pull in a positive way each other. So you can see here 3 projects that I want to reference. Southern Post, which was already here. Now we have the Hill Rose project to the south. We have the Green Street parking deck, but I just remind everybody that Green Street parking deck is actually a part of a larger Green Street activation program, which is about building a parallel track to Canton Street that also creates an east-west corridor that does not exist anywhere in the city today in the downtown, connecting Southern Post to Green Street to Canton Street, and then ultimately the goal would be to get the West Alley project up and mobilized as well to kind of create that four-pillar stool for downtown. 3 pillars has gone a long way to now allowing us to move out of Node 1 and into Node 2, which would be City Center. And City Center, as Jeff mentioned earlier, actually is a direct reference to being able to move north into Midtown, and then as I know Mayor Wilson likes to mention all the time, sort of the pincer movement of getting 2 projects with enough distance that they have enough gravitas to actually create fill-in development in between them. So we have demonstrated that in Node 1 downtown already, and we're already starting to see the benefit of that. And now being able to move to Midtown would be a significant step forward in being able to actually really branch out outside of downtown. The second thing I want to talk about, I think partly because there is some confusion, and I typically get some questions around this, which is the process of the funnel. And I think there was some good questions asked from the audience tonight a little bit about, I'll use my word, process, and sort of where does things like public comment and public input and things like that sort of happen in the deal process. So the funnel above you right now is not rocket science, right? This is something that's existed for a long time. I wish we could take credit for this, but we certainly can't. And really the top of the funnel is about really getting out there and creating as much awareness as we can for the opportunities that we believe actually exist in the city of Roswell. And I would sort of liken it to being out there and kissing frogs. You're going to have to kiss a lot of frogs before you get a prince or a princess. And that is really what happens in the top of that funnel as you're building that awareness. But inevitably what starts to happen is the developers, the landowners that you're talking to actually start asking some of the right questions. They actually see some other projects happening, which actually creates a little bit of FOMO. So they sort of want to say, hey, how do I get to be a part of that? Or how do I get to be the next Hill Rose district or the next Southern Post, et cetera, et cetera. And so they start to move down that funnel where we actually really start to do some diligence on that landowner and that developer to say, is this really a project that we think we can build a perform around? Do we actually think this is going to deliver something that the community needs and wants? And that's really when diligence starts to happen. And really, you're moving out of awareness and you're now moving into what we would call relevance. The next step after that, as you can see, you start getting down into the decision-making process because you really start to find out, is there a deal to be done here or not? Does the developer, does the landowner actually have the capital to be able to do this? The land and the diligence on the land really starts to actually become a factor in all of this. And typically at that point, you're far enough along that you will go out and solicit the feedback of citizens, neighbors, the community at large, because there's a real possibility that it is a project. It is still not a project per se, but it's a real possibility that it could become a project. When all of that diligence is complete, we really move down into that last phase of the funnel, which is action. And action is a little bit what Jeff talked about, what we've just seen with the Hill Rose district, which is, I think, 16 different agreements that have taken close to 9 months with a whole bevy of different attorneys and law firms to be able to actually draft the documents to move you to a place where then the lender can go out and get involved and actually close on the deal on that side. And now you really have equity lenders or the debt side coming together and the project actually starts to move forward. So hopefully that is helpful just in terms of process so everybody sort of understands And again, I cannot reiterate enough, at the top of that funnel, there has to be a lot of discussion with a lot of different people about a lot of different opportunities before you really start to filter out something that's real to then be putting diligence and time into both staff and otherwise to advance on that project. The last thing I'll leave you with, and this is a very important one to me because this is often confused in this environment. So when we talk about brand, and when we talk about brand as it relates to a city, most people only understand brand as visual identity. So they see brand and they immediately think, oh, we're going to go out and we're trying to create a new logo, or maybe we want to get new colors or a new word mark for the city of Roswell. That is not at all what we are talking about when we are talking about brand as it relates to economic development and the kind of things that we're discussing and what Jeff has been talking about previously. Brand for a city is really about positioning. And at the end of the day, what's very, very clear, and it's sort of an ugly truth that I think we all had to kind of come to a few years ago when we really started to dig into this work, is Roswell does not have a good reputation with capital markets or with the development community. And Roswell is literally known, and it's sort of a joke in those circles, that you can make anything work in Roswell, you just can't work with Roswell. And sort of the message of that is Roswell's an absolutely amazing community with a fantastic population. All the numbers make sense to a developer. You just haven't actually been able to get anything done in Roswell. And so a lot of the developers and a lot of the capital that follows them have simply moved on to Alpharetta, have moved on to Milton, they've moved on to Woodstock, frankly. They were already in Sandy Springs. And so we've had to go back and actually repair our reputation with those developers to actually begin showing them that you can actually get something done. This is a city that actually does want to do things. And to, I think, Jeff's earlier point, what is exceedingly difficult for the development community is Roswell is almost devoid of greenfield. And that is simply because we are 170 plus years old, so there's just not a lot of easy, undeveloped land to go to just start with kind of a blank canvas. The canvas already has a lot of paint on it. That's Grayfield. There's a development that's already there. It's been there for a long time, and you kind of have to scrape all that off to get to a canvas that you can then repaint. That's what we're dealing with. And by the way, for a lot of developers, they just don't have the stomach for it because it's extraordinarily expensive and very, very risky. So from a brand position, this is not about logos. This is not about colors. This is really not about catchy phrases and catch lines. Those things can come down the road, but what we really have to do is focus on repositioning where this city sits in the broader competitive landscape to be able to not just create awareness of our opportunities like the slide I was on previously, but to also create relevance for those developers and for that capital to want to come here and work with us as a team to be able to create something that is both profitable for them, but also something that we want and need as a city and for our community and for the residents of our community. So that is really the balancing act, and I think, you know, in this next quarter, you're gonna see a lot more work around this positioning simply because we actually have some meaningful things to take out to that community now. That's not just a, we're really doing great stuff, trust us, let's go have a conversation about these things. We can cite Southern Post, we can talk about what's happening at Hill Rose. You know, these are the kind of things that are now in the Business Chronicle, which is sort of the, you know, the real estate and development rag where all of these stories get told. And so while we're now beginning to emerge as a city, we really need to codify what that message is, anchor ourselves in a branded position, and then with frequency go out and repeat that message over and over and over again so that those opportunities can move all the way down the funnel and we can get to action and start delivering the next one and the next one and the next one after that. That is, in fact, the economic development flywheel. That's why that slide is set up, because every development that we get on board after that actually starts to turn that wheel with centrifugal force so we don't have to constantly be twisting or turning or pushing it ourselves. So with that, I know that's a lot of information. It's probably a lot of time for 3 slides, but we're very excited to be in the position we are because it really is working, and we're seeing those projects actually manifest now into action, and we're now on the precipice of being able to step forward into the next big mode and the next big step.
Let me, Peter, just echo, add, extrapolate, 2 words. One's discipline, the other scarcity. They're part of the entire modeling of this, everything you just talked about. One, you have to have discipline about this process, lots and lots of discipline. Like you cannot jump off and chase shiny objects in the ED game. Discipline, discipline, discipline. Stay focused. And the other one is scarcity. Use scarcity to your advantage. You got 44 square miles. You only got 14%. It's all gray fill. There's no green pieces. One of the things we just never understood was we have an advantage. We have lots of competitive advantages. We just learn how to use them. Like you said, because the marketplace does not jump on the bandwagon when it comes historically to Roswell, because they've had a lot of bad experiences. So this is really good stuff. Thank you. Jeff, you're gonna circle this all up, aren't you?
Just one closing comment as it relates to this presentation. In the attachments in the staff report is some additional details related to the individual scopes of work. That is an attachment in the council's packet, as well as available to the community, as there are members that have continued to follow along with our various scopes. So just wanted to make that note. Other than that, turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Peter. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who would like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. Does council have any thoughts, comments, or questions? Yes. Councilmember Sells.
Hey, Jeff, a couple things I'd like to highlight. I appreciate the great work. We'd like to say, Mayor and Council, this sort of began as a response to a resident's question in an event for the comprehensive plan that we're working on right now. So the question was, at what point does Roswell need to go to the residents with some specifics around a project? You know, when should that occur? And my colleague, Christine Hall, had a great answer, and she pointed to the beginning of this mayor and council, and how many?
125.
125 plans that had been put together, and so we have been working with these, and so that made me think about this in a different way, because what she said. And so I appreciate your putting this thought together and saying, when you say 2030 plan, you're really talking about something that was prepared in 2011.
Yeah, even
it's
right
called
before
the
that.
2030 plan, but it's really
Correct.
20 years earlier.
Yeah, 2010 is really when the planning process started. Right. It was adopted in 2011, and it's looking ahead into 2030, and that's the planning cycle that we're on right now. We're working on the 2045 plan, which is looking out into our future. And really what you should be able to do is kind of draw the lines back to the success measures of those plans. As I said earlier, the large success measures over the last 15 years have been focused around our residential neighborhoods, and not as much momentum as it relates to our economic development and our commercial corridors.
Right. Sure. I'll yield.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Alan, for deferring. Just with the comp plans and the numerous other plans, bike ped master plan, transportation master plan, parks and rec master plan, the river master plan, but the biggest and most recent plan that had over 2,100 residents and businesses was the Together Roswell Strategic Economic Development Plan, and I don't know if you referenced that one. There were over 7,000 comments on that, and I think some people in the audience may have participated in the plan. And what's so exciting about that is that these plans, the citizens, the residents have given us the roadmap, and we've taken these plans, married them, and executed on that roadmap, where this hasn't been done in 30 years. There may have been plans back then, but I just wanted to point that out and thank everybody for the work that they've done, thank the residents for all of their input, their continued input as we move forward.
Right.
It's just really, really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember in 2020, sitting in gymnasium, Centennial High School comes to mind, and there was, 200 people, maybe even more than that, in that gymnasium, and we had to kind of beg, borrow, and steal from Fulton County to let us open up a large enough space to have the community there, working through kind of the visioneering around the public input process as it relates to that. And that has then translated into the economic development strategy. And again, what I'm excited about is the 2045 process now is a deep dive into our nodes that truly is going to refine the work that we're doing now from an economic development perspective, refine that into our community visioning and planning process as it relates to our comprehensive plan, but then also give us a very specific set of what I'll say outcomes as it relates to our infrastructure investment. And so that's going to line up, as you mentioned earlier, our transportation-related infrastructure, our park-related investments. All of those components combined in the 2045 plan will start to line up to give us a very succinct, comprehensive, but also layered planning effort with key outcomes as it relates to our economic development strategy. So very exciting. I know I can geek out a little bit on the planning process, but it is so important to take the work that we have already done, the community input that they have given us, and then act on it. And that truly is what we're working on right now.
Christine, did you have anything else to say about this, about the plans and the
No, I
listening?
was just doing some research on it, and it was a nice little Appen write-up article on the strategic plan that we did, so.
Thanks, Christine.
It does need a little more geeking out. I'm sorry.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it bears a little more geeking out there, Jeff. Looking back through this, the 2030 plan, you've got a slide here, which is the picture of what we're going to talk about in a little bit, Midtown. So in 2011, under Jerry Wood and 21 other people we could probably name, they were talking about that particular corner and its need to be redeveloped because it was obsolete and underutilized in 2011. And so 14 years later, we have actually activated that, and that's what we are called to do. And I appreciated, really appreciated Christine's answer to the resident when he asked what it was that, when it was that, that this needed to go to everyone. And it began a little discussion about what my role as a board member, as a city council member is, and that is to develop opportunities to bring to the residents. That's one of the things that we do. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. I mean, in these plans, we talked about obsolete big boxes. We talked about we need high-tech infrastructure. I mean, this is going back all the way to 2011, 2016, 2020, 21. And so, redevelop. This is the 2040 plan, which was what, 2020, right? So that was the last mayor and council. Redevelop vacant strip shopping centers, potentially with incentives to housing and Class A office space. Well, fortunately, we've got the wisdom now to not do Class A office space as a standalone matter, but when it's done in a mixed use, it works. Leverage Canton Street as a catalyst for redevelopment. So we're doing that, as Peter so well pointed out with the strategy of of connecting these things. I want to turn specifically to the funnel.
Just to
Yes,
interrupt
sir.
you, Alan.
Yeah.
We would not be doing that if we had not hired our economic architect, Sear,
Absolutely.
to educate us that a parking garage is a lot more than a parking garage, right? It's a lot more than ingress and
infrastructure.
egress, right?
Yep.
It's activating the economic areas and having it fall into your economic planning, not just in the immediate area, but other areas as well. And how does that make sense? So if we hadn't hired Sear, right, there probably wouldn't be a great activation of Green Street today. There probably wouldn't be a great activation of Plum Street. You wouldn't see that nice little triangle, right, that you see. It's just a great illustration of how these plans, 2011,
Yes.
I think
All the way back
subsequent
to
5 year. So the difference is actually planning, and now how about execute?
Yeah, I was laughing during Christine's recitation of the 125 plans, and then there was the plan to plan, right? And that's the way it always is. We're planning to plan, and we're actually activating some of this stuff. We looked a little bit at the population growth. I mean, this is a nationwide societal fact, particularly this school trends. Let's talk just a little bit, Jeff, if we could, about the strategy of the economic development team, specifically on developing jobs that can support young families, so good-paying jobs, because the price of real estate in Roswell is not going down, it's going up. And so we were discussing what we think the average per acre price is in Roswell. What do we think that is?
Yeah, we think it's probably somewhere around $500,000-$600,000 on a per acre basis here in the city of Roswell. Not to be exact for those that are in the business, but it's somewhere in that range as we think about it right now.
And therefore, no one is building a $250,000 home on $500,000 real estate. So that's the problem.
That is the problem, and it helps to drive or helps to speak to, you know, a lot of our commuter traffic that are coming in from a corporate basis that are potentially working here in the city of Roswell, but potentially can't afford to live here in the city of Roswell. And looking to balance our corporate strategy around how do we have corporate level businesses that are providing jobs for those that can afford to live here, that can afford to buy a house here, but then also can drive the economy forward. And that's where our mixed-use development strategy comes from. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, as we think about office and standalone Class A offices, that's very problematic here in the region. And that is kind of known, I would say, in the North Metro Atlanta area. However, as you start to combine it with mixed-use development, and our Southern Post partner right up the street from us right now is a great example of Vestas being located right there in that building as part of a mixed-use development in a downtown core that is able to thrive and employ people who live in the community. And we are looking to capitalize on that in our other projects in that same model moving forward, and looking to scale that as we think about City Center, as we think about Holcomb Bridge and 400, as well as other areas throughout the city that are primed for Grayfield to redevelopment strategy.
So I would encourage anybody who is interested in this city and its economic activities. There was a presentation done by Cal, and I can't remember his last name. He is this was last Wednesday, for the comprehensive plan committee, and he is the chief economist and chief economic analyst for Synovus, and he talks specifically about those trends that affect us in this region. Synovus is a very regional focused bank, but also the kinds of projects that he highlighted. And the one that he highlighted specifically was
stadium-oriented mixed-use development, unsolicited by the city of Roswell, but as he's talking about catalytic-related projects and destination-related projects, stadiums associated with mixed-use developments have a tremendous draw both on the commercial side, but also in the visitation side, and truly drive opportunities in cities similar to the city of Roswell.
And in particular, below the major leagues, where it can be something that young families can attend. Right. It's catalytic for that. Can you go to which is this slide right here? You know, this is. I said to Chief Trosher, I said to one of your kids, I said, if your pews aren't crying, your church is dying. And we had all the kids crying here. I mean, that's what we need, more crying babies in Roswell for sure. And so we need opportunities to drive facilities and places that they want to go. Can you go to the funnel for just a second? So historically, this has always happened. So with Zach, we were talking. My background was private equity. You get over the transom every night. You get 500 plans, and every morning you got to sort through those and pick the fly poo poo out of the pepper. Right? That's what you got to do. And so, at what stage historically would Roswell residents and this building learn about a project and have a conversation? I'm talking about before this council. When would they hear about it?
It would be really at the action stage, so near the bottom of that funnel, when a project has been reviewed and vetted, when the capital has been lined up in order to move a project forward.
Between those two, not including the city.
Between those two, correct. And then they would bring their project forward to the city and begin kind of the vetting process, so to speak, at the city level related to our comprehensive planning efforts or any of our other zoning code related documents.
Right, and so there's been much ballyhooing about not talking to developers, or excuse me, to landowners and finding out what they want. So we are kissing all the frogs. We're now talking at the top of this funnel to landowners and And in particular, there are unique facts about each of these pieces of ground that make it difficult to develop unless we find a project. And so we're saving time for all parties by saying this will work because, or we'll do this because. And so we're talking at the top of this.
Yeah, and we're getting involved at the very top of this list. And as you think about, greenfield development, meaning, green development that we don't have in the city of Roswell, but essentially brand new development, it's much easier to go directly to a landowner, envision a project, marry that to a comprehensive plan or any other planning document, and move that project forward. It's very different in the city of Roswell because we've got to think about the regulatory environment such as stormwater, such as transportation, because we're not building new infrastructure directly related to greenfield development. We have to upgrade and improve infrastructure. And so we need to be involved in that process very early on because we may or may not, depending on the strategy, have tools that can help support that level of project. But if we don't find out about it and aren't part of the original strategy, we may not ever be able to put a deal together that includes potentially the city, the developer, the landowner, and all parties involved. And so by getting involved early on in the process, it vets those projects that may not fit our vision for what we're looking for the community, may not fit what our comprehensive plan says, may not fit with our zoning, but also allows us to find those that do and bring them quickly through this evaluation process to find projects that fit with our vision, that also match and marry, as you described earlier, the developer-related, the landowner-related constraints and opportunities throughout the city.
I just have one more question, and that is the reason for this presentation tonight is because this is our quarterly update. Correct? This is not scheduled for any other reason than this is the quarterly update that we do every quarter.
It is.
And if one cared to go look at the previous quarterly updates, they would see some of these same slides about the funnel. They would see some of these slides about the flywheel. They would see some of these slides about our strategy and the way we think about it. So we have been talking about this for at least 2 years in this fashion on a quarterly basis. Thank you.
Correct, and I'll just add one other thing for those that are watching, and as we post up my presentations with each quarterly report back, I continue to try to reference in red lettering the reference points for previous presentations and where the community can go and reference the content or the information back through the history of the strategy that we have, because a lot of this unfolds over time. And what we're finding as we continue to work and communicate with the community, the ability to describe the planning process is kind of the purpose of this presentation tonight. How do we walk people through the thought process and the visioneering, but also the strategy making that we've had over the past 3 quarters, and how that's informing our projects and the work moving forward, both in quarter 4, but also as we're thinking about quarter 1 of 2026.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilmember Beeson.
Could you go back to the slide with the population percentage shifts?
Sorry.
I picked the farthest one back for you to go to.
Tell me when.
This one.
Yep.
So taking a look at this was also data that was included in our 2040 comprehensive plan, benchmarked compared to other North Fulton cities. Roswell has significantly more senior residents compared to our surrounding communities. So I realize that population shifts are a nationally occurring problem. We have an influx of people coming into the metro Atlanta area right now, have since COVID. That was because at the time, Atlanta was significantly more affordable. For comparisons reasons, I'll use my house as an example. It's literally doubled in price compared to what it was when I purchased it in 2017. My neighbors, literally directly to the side of me, identical house, left last year for double the price. So I frankly could not afford to live in Roswell right now with a dual income household, and we do triple income household. Do we get to count what I make on council? I don't know that this is significant enough. Certainly not somebody if this was their only job. Roswell's becoming less and less affordable, not only just for those who may want to relocate here, like young professionals, but people who already live here. The needle's constantly moving. So, for example, if I wanted to relocate within Roswell right now, it ain't gonna happen. If you are talking about economic development, it goes hand in hand with affordability in the sense that if you look at the demographic for the ages of 25 through 44 on this, people aren't coming to Roswell at that age because they simply cannot afford it. There's not a house for them to go to. The influx for ages 65 through 85 plus,
That means that they moved here probably in 1978 when they first purchased their home, and those that are relocating here, let's be honest, it's probably because either they can afford it because they have ongoing wealth that they've accrued over time, or they've moved into one of our newer retirement communities that has been added to Roswell over the last 10 to 15 years. We need to be able to, Councilmember Sells' point, grow that demographic between the ages of 25 to 44. I appreciate the creativity of trying to target mixed-use development and incorporating housing into commercialized areas, just because that's where you actually create communities. About 70% of our property here in Roswell is zoned for single-family only. To your point, if an acre is going for $500,000, 1 acre minimum on housing is not going to be affordable for a 25-year-old who's coming out of college looking for a place to work. Fortune 500, Fortune 1000, Fortune 1 billion, no one's going to relocate their business to a city based off of the fact that their workers, young professionals, or the people they're targeting cannot move there. So that's something that ultimately has to be our goal over time, is how do we creatively address that with a lack of greenfield space, to your point, to us already being predominantly built out. Being able to see more missing middle housing is the type of thing that I'd like to see more of in Roswell. The mixed-use developments is something that can address that. Missing middle being smaller housing sizes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, apartments, condos, all of the above. Because ultimately, I'm not saying that I want the 65 and up community to feel like they have to leave Roswell. I want to feel like they are included, but they can downsize those homes, be able to stay within our community, and be able to include those young professionals in that as well. And I think that's going to have to be something creatively that we're going to have to approach very soon. But I appreciate the data. I always appreciate data.
Got it. Thank you.
May I?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Councilmember Sells.
Thank you. Councilmember Beeson made an interesting point, and that was that that Alpharetta has continued to grow its young population. They do not have this demographic. However, that house that doubled in Roswell would have more than doubled in Alpharetta. It would have been triple, or certainly more than double in Alpharetta, and yet they've attracted young families. So there's something here other than simply, okay, well, we need to put 10 houses to the acre and ADUs on every lot and destroy our existing neighborhoods and threaten our existing neighborhoods. That's not the answer. It obviously worked for Alpharetta. It obviously worked for Woodstock. It obviously worked for Milton. What has happened in Roswell is we haven't grown anything. The same people are staying here because we're not having thriving opportunities for entertainment. So that's the difference. And we need to drive economic activity and employment at a high level. And that's why we're focused on technology companies. We're focused on large employers and not simply another vape shop, another tattoo parlor.
Sarah.
You want to know what's entertaining for my age demographic? Being able to afford a house. It's super entertaining. I understand what you're saying, but that's simply not true about Alpharetta. Their housing sizes have actually gotten significantly denser over the last decade, and in fact, they just added an entire affordable complex to the former Harry's complex off of Upper Hembry, with a top of $500,000 to $600,000, which I realize is still expensive for townhomes, but for the North Fulton area is considered affordable. And they locked in those rates and those prices. They've also added mixed-use developments. The goal is to not be able to add housing in the sense that you're just adding housing for the sake of it. It's that you're putting it in more creative places on smaller lot sizes that you would be able to accommodate diversity in housing prices. And it's not a big threat to your community. It's not like, here comes Councilmember Beeson with her dozer coming into Brookfield. Let's be real, guys. Established swim tennis communities are not going to ever be targeted. It is the areas that are your Halloween spirits, which we're about to talk about, at City Center, where you're able to add housing to the mix where there wasn't previously. Or literally right here at Hill Street, which, oh no, not the historic tow lot. What will we do? We're actually able to add multifamily housing over there, which supplements the area without displacing the existing residents. So it's creative places where you're seeing blight, but you're adding housing to the mix.
We can agree on that.
Oh, yeah.
The only challenge I have to the conversation is it takes a very elegant and sophisticated economic development strategy and you did not do it service by jumping into the middle of that conversation. And I think that would be my only challenge. Obviously,
I
housing.
do the city service every day, sir.
I'm sorry. Sorry? Sir, I didn't hear you.
I do the city service every day. That's what helps shape our conversation. I'm not a part of the Economic Development Committee. I'm also not a part of the Comp Plan Committee, despite having ABD, PhD on city planning. But I'd love to be able to shape the conversation in any way I can, including here at our public forums.
Well, then I hope you'll be more involved in the economic discussions that we have regularly. Love to have you more involved in it. But if you think that the single answer is extrapolating data, go back to bigger questions, Sarah. You know this is about bigger problems. This is a 40 and 50-year-old hurdle. So just to throw the housing in there and say, look, I want to fix housing in these mixed-use developments, we're on the same page. We're doing the same thing. We're doing exactly what is kind of what you're asking about without depleting values in the city, which is a natural occurrence of economic activity. You have to be very careful when you start talking about anything that changes the marketplace. The marketplace, Alpharetta is a perfect example. Alpharetta, and you used 3 or 4 anecdotal references. Well, my neighborhood is full of 30 and 40-year-old people moving into it. David's neighborhood is full of 30 and 40-year-old people in the neighborhood. So what I'm not comfortable about the conversation is extrapolating small data points, and then most of them are anecdotal, when there's a lot of work going into this from an economic perspective, and you know that. And just to help you kind of monopolize the conversation and turn it to a housing equation, I don't think does service to what this presentation's about. So you're always welcome to be part of the economic conversation. You know that. You're always invited. I don't know how you think at any level you've been uninvited to that conversation. Your opinion's sought out. So I don't like the grandstanding on the housing piece, and that's what it sounds like to me. Because we're trying to solve for the same problems. Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Sells actually brought it up first, and I wasn't arguing with anybody. I was supplementing the conversation. However, I ran on, will continue to reiterate, and came and bugged y'all. In fact, it was why I ran. Economic development is housing, and housing is economic development. It's also one of the 5 basic tenets of humanity that is not guaranteed. You can have fresh water, you can have access to food, but unfortunately here in the United States, housing is not something that we are guaranteed in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it's a shocker to anybody in this room or on this dais that I would ever bring up housing within the context of key trends, especially as it relates to economic development. However, we did bring up housing throughout, gosh, I don't want to make Jeff click through all of these slides, but I'd say at least 5 of the slides. We're about to talk about housing in like 3 seconds when we talk about city center. And housing is inherently part of your economic development strategy. Like I said, literally no Fortune 500 company is ever going to target your community because you have a staggering growth among 75 to 84-year-olds. It's because you need to be able to recruit young professionals and they need a place to live.
Then how did we just recruit PBS?
That is one example of a company without any other companies that we've been targeting. And I get that we're saying that historically speaking, Roswell has a precedent throughout the development community. Alpharetta is like even further north of the city of Atlanta, and they're able to make this work for themselves because they're not just targeting a small demographic. I get that we have one win, but we can't stop at that. That's not something to hang your hat on.
Sarah, Alpharetta has 4 exits off of Georgia 400. Roswell has 1. Roswell wanted 0. Roswell cast its economic die 40 years ago. We are trying to solve for it. You have legacy. Back to Peter's presentation in July 2014, part of the premium problem was the legacy land ownership, which is basically clipping coupons on values on C and D tenants, right? Throughout the city. Grayfield, that means old development. Well, the reason it's old development, you can't bring in new capital is because the people who own it are making money. So part of this plan is to incentivize legacy land ownership to sell, and so you can do active mixed-use developments. Thus, the project right next to Hillrose. Thus, it was so complicated. Thus, the one that's about to come up.
I don't know what we're arguing about. Councilmember Sells and I ended on an agreement point. I was dovetailing off of what he had said. Yeah, we're good, so I don't really know what.
Very good. Thank you.
What are we doing?
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Any council, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Thank you very much. This is.
Pardon me, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me. There is another speaker.
We had a speaker and then council spoke, so there's no vote on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read the next item on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is approval of a memorandum of understanding for a redevelopment project known as City Center. This is also presented by Jeff Leatherman, Senior Vice President and Deputy City Administrator.
Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you all. Much shorter slide deck on this one. And I will be turning it over at the very end of this presentation to Mr. Shorkoff once again, just for a couple of comments related to the specifics around the MOU, but just wanted to put everybody into context. Won't go into great detail since we covered it on the last presentation related to City Center, or Roswell Town Center as some that know it. There is the Chick-fil-A corner of Highway 9, Holcomb Bridge Road, and for quite some years and quite some time, this shopping area has struggled to maintain tenants. It's, as we've talked about earlier, in some cases have run its useful life. You can see a significant amount of asphalt in and around this area. This is kind of very traditional of 1970s, 1980s style development. As we think about redevelopment in this project moving forward, it will have some significant infrastructure requirements in order to bring it up into 2025, 2026, 2027 standards. This is the very, very early part of the process. Again, as we think about the downtown to midtown, you can see how all of these start to shape up with one another from a strategy perspective. As well as we talk about Mansell Overlook, the Summit, which was recently acquired by the city, where our police department and fire department are moving into. City Center is a component and the central component of our Midtown strategy. It connects both the west side, east side, public headquarters, HQ, our downtown district, all kind of synergize around this area of our community. Roughly 42 acres of existing retail and commercial space, again, Holcomb Bridge Road and 400. I wanted to make sure that not Holcomb Bridge and 400, Holcomb Bridge Road and Highway 9. I wanted to make sure that we just cover where we are in the process. And Councilmember Sells asked early on in the last presentation about when and where we have community input in our process. We are kind of very early in the origination stage of this project. So if you picture the funnel conversation that we had earlier, we're really at the very beginning. This is formalizing and negotiating relationship. We have a willing landowner, we have a developer, we have the city beginning to think about ideas that can take shape around this project. The MOU outlines that commitment, and I will turn it over to Mr. Sorkoff to provide some additional details as it relates to the MOU that we're requesting your approval on tonight.
Thanks again, Jeff. I'll be very brief in my comments, but wanted to mention a couple things. This will be a complex project, as Jeff mentioned, purely because of some of the infrastructure issues that the property suffers from. It has some grandfathered water retention, detention issues that are going to have to be addressed. I want to just sort of bring you back to some of the work as a city and as a council you've done over the last 2 years. Without the support of a tax allocation district, I can almost unequivocally tell you that this project will not move forward in any kind of meaningful way, either with this developer or any other developer. I also think that this project will probably require, in some form or function, the Public Facilities Authority as well. Now, the beauty of all of that is we have a landowner who we've been working with really on this project for nearly 2 years to arrive at where we are tonight. Who is willing to allow us to come in and with them and their master development partner to really sort of reimagine in its entirety these 47 acres, which I'll remind everybody really sits at the absolute crossroads of our city on the west side. So it is the linchpin property that is the next most meaningful move for us to make as a city. I'm going to maybe embarrass her a little bit because I know that she will never say this about herself, but Sherry Morris is actually with us tonight. She represents Morris and Fellows, the master developer partner who's going to come in and work with us ideally on this project. Sherry has a long history of redevelopment, which gives us great confidence in the competence and experience that she brings into a project like this. Sherry and her firm have worked both in Sandy Springs, in Alpharetta, and is largely responsible for what all of us would sort of understand downtown Alpharetta to be today. You can trace much of that back to Sherry and her firm. But I think what's most exciting to me about that is we have talked a lot about Roswell does not need to be the next coming of downtown Alpharetta. Roswell needs to be Roswell, and Roswell needs to be something unique and different that speaks to not just our heritage, but also to our future. So I'm quite excited that we've been able to have those kind of conversations with Sherry and her team to make sure that this is not a rinse and repeat of something that they've just done somewhere else in the region, which oftentimes developers can be prone to, simply because there's great economies and scale of just taking something that worked somewhere else and then overlaying it on the next place that you go. So I'll also just state, she's here with Kristen from her team. Kristen's actually the former Chief Retail Officer for Jamestown, which is an incredible position that she has recently departed to work with Sherry and her team on, which gives me great confidence in their ability to strategically not just think through what this development could look like from a vision perspective, but also while conjuring that vision and working with us in a P3 arrangement to also be practically thinking through what would the lease-up strategy be on a project like this. And a lot of times that component is just not contemplated because everybody gets very, very excited about sort of blue skying on big ideas, but doesn't necessarily have the discipline, as was said earlier, to be able to track that back to an actual lease-up strategy that will then link up to a pro forma, which is ultimately, as a city, what we need to think about. Should we engage and should you allow us to move forward and explore what a P3 partnership would look like? So I feel very excited about the property itself. The landowner, I think it has taken quite a while to get them to this position. I think the recent work that has been done both at Southern Post and in particular at the Hill Rose District, the fact that their property was purposely sat in our tax allocation district, I think has given them the confidence to believe that collectively there is a path forward to actually redevelop this site. Thank you.
Can you wait till your time? Councilmember Hall, yes, ma'am.
Could you just let us know, would we know Jamestown from any projects around here?
Well, Jamestown is also part of North American and took over. Avalon had a lot to do with that. I mean, Jamestown is probably one of the largest development companies, both regionally but also nationally. They have a monumental amount of projects that we would be able to circle really around the country to point to.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Peter. Anything else, Peter or Jeff, in the presentation? Thank you so much. Nancy, City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker, Janet Russell.
Thank you very much.
My name is Janet Russell. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. First of all, Mayor, I realize you're covered up with information. However, you did not ask anyone to speak on the previous agenda item from the audience. There was no public speakers allowed, just to clarify, as we hear that word all the time. So what I've listened to for the last 45 minutes is a whole lot of disconnected misinformation and some information. City Center, what we're calling it now, was Town Center Mall or whatever, was built backwards back in the late 60s, early 70s. I moved here in 73. It had a Richway. It had an Upton's department store. It had the first Spa Sedell. It had a great wine store. A children's shop moved in there. It was the hub of social life in Roswell. Everybody remembers Mama's Pizza because they had the best calzones, and he brought the cheese from New York. I've looked at that empty parking lot for 53 years, wondering who in the world ever built such a big parking lot. But I think it's important for you all to know that in 2010, when the city, you're talking about all these projects and all these comp plans, that they decided to do some things. One of the things they wanted to do was re-energize Highway 9 from Holcomb Bridge to here. Coincidentally, the owner of that corner property was on the DDA. So rather than begin at his property, they decided to begin at the city hall and take the low-hanging fruit, which they had no jurisdiction over. And that is how we ended up with the city green plan, which was to clear-cut the property and move the Vietnam War Memorial. And $2.2 million were spent on a terrible plan that was disrespectful to the environment and to the memory of the 58,920 men of my generation who died. Don't forget who owned the property and had the opportunity then. Never underestimate the value of inheriting your father's business. As far as, I heard so much tonight, I've never heard so much baloney in my life. I'd call it BS, but it's a bologna sandwich rather than what you think it is. In 2010, we were deep into a recession. Deep, deep, deep. And so the DDA, along with Roswell Business Alliance, which became Roswell Inc., was formed. Since then, Roswell Inc.'s gotten close to $10 million from the city of Roswell. But all we ever hear is how we are in the economic doldrums. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. $10 million.
Ma'am,
Yes.
Please, Janet, if you keep
I'm
it,
staying on the topic, sir.
Roswell Inc. is not the topic.
Well, but it is, because they were part of the comp plan in 2010, which was about the MIMS property.
No, Ms. Russell, I'll ask you to keep your comments to city center, please.
Okay, I'll keep it at the city center. You ready? The city center, I have often thought, could be multi-generational housing. It is a concept that is very important. The city center could be a place where, guess what? Old people could live near their grandchildren, because old people contribute to the fabric and personality of a city. Anyone who thinks young people aren't living in this town have not been downtown Roswell when they're serving beer, because there's kids everywhere with a beer in one hand and the phone in the other, and they're jaywalking, pushing a stroller. I don't understand. I'm so tired of listening to people not listening to the people that live here. It's baloney. You have comp meetings, but no public comments are allowed. You talk about $500,000 houses, if you're lucky. But what about the people that make the wheels move in this town, that really grease the wheels? They can't live here. Roswell's been built out since I moved here. I heard that 53 years ago, and it's still built out. Why? Because it's 42 square miles. So when I hear about all the things you guys have said tonight, I don't think you're very reality-based, because none of you actually live in the area that's affected by this corridor. None of you. You live in the perimeter, way out on the outskirts of town, which all happened after the Civil Rights Act was passed and white flight took place in the city of Atlanta. I moved downtown because I wanted to be on the bus line, and not one of you has addressed the issue of public transportation, and that is one of the advantages of the corner of Holcomb Bridge and 9. MARTA stops there in both directions.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Thank you for your comments. Nancy?
Yes, Courtney Rozier.
Courtney, if you'll do me a favor and fill them out beforehand, that would be awesome. No, I know, just thanks, but please come forward. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I just had a quick question.
Move it up, yes, or yeah, feel comfortable.
Just a quick question about the cemetery. Is that city-owned property, or is that MIMS?
It's a great question.
Owned property? And that was just it. Thank you.
That's a great question.
Yeah, just for let me pull a map up. You can see the parking lot to the right of the screen, just behind the floor and decor label on top of the building is Pleasant Hill Cemetery. That cemetery is owned by the Pleasant Hill Burial Society, and we are continuing to work with them actually to get permission to maintain that cemetery through the 2026 budget, but also more importantly, that would be protected in place as part of any redevelopment of this property.
That is one of the tenets of the redevelopment plan, is that it will be protected. That's an absolute requirement. And I think it is involved in the budget for 2026 in terms of the city taking over the maintenance for it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, though. Good question. All right. Nancy, any other Roswell residents?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you so much. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter? Nothing? I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Jeff, let's talk about it a little bit because it is a pretty big deal. I think we should talk about the fact that, as Peter said, this has been a conversation for 2 years. Are we in the chain of title of this project, or is MIMS going to be land banking this? I can't recall what the thinking is there.
So just kind of bringing up where we are in the process, we're very early on in kind of the deal-making process, if you will, envisioning kind of the MOU starts to lay out what that strategy would be in the future. As we move through kind of the economic development and legal strategy, you see the deal structure arrow. That is to come later down the road as we envision kind of all the bits and pieces. Peter mentioned the tax allocation district, potentially the public facilities authority, and other components of participation that the city could consider moving forward, but we're yet pretty early on in the process to be able to define kind of what those roles and relationships are, whether it be by the city or even our downtown development authority or even the Roswell Development Authority in this case.
I want to demystify what I just said a little bit because it certainly was a little wonkish. What I mean by that and why it's important is that when I said, are we in the chain of title, we have looked at certain places to do things where we would actually buy the land, and quite frankly, Bowen and 92 is one of those, and then we do what we need to it, and then we sell it again. That's one path, and the public comment would be different. It would be on the front end because we'd be buying a piece of property that would come to the public, it'd be discussed. If Mr. Mims, if the Mims family is essentially redeveloping their own property and going to continue to be a significant owner or a participant in the property, it's not like it's going out to bid. There's a different process for our economic development and for our community development and our decisions around zoning and things like that in such a circumstance. Is that true?
That is true. And there's also different powers and authority, obviously, that the DDA has and the RDA has that could play into kind of the overall redevelopment strategy of this parcel. But yes.
I only mention that because as we talk about bringing this to comment, some of these sort of foundational questions have to shake out before we can say anything meaningful. And I know that's hard for people to they think that we should be disclosing this or we should be talking about it from the front end. But like I said earlier, in early days in my private equity career, I worked for Turner, and if I told Ted everything that came across the transom every day, he would have thrown me off the balcony. It was our job to winnow those down, make sure that they actually were something that could actually occur before it was brought forward to even talk about in a forum stage. Is this something you'd like to do? And that's what we're doing here.
Well, I'm going to be so bold, and Lee, I'm going to bring you into this. It's why you have representative government. Because, like, literally, if you went to 94,000 people, and by the way, Lee, you were part of the team that started this conversation actually 3 years and 6 months ago, started the conversations with this particular landowner. And this is the largest private landowner, by the way, in the city of Atlanta, this group. Largest private landowner. So if we went 3.5 years ago and say, hey, should we put this out for a vote to 94,000 people? Do you think it's a good idea to go talk to the landowner about the potential redevelopment of this property? Well, it would come back probably 87,000 to 7,000, right? If you got all 94,000, or let's say 69,000, it'd come back 62 to 7. And 7,000 people would probably be opposed. Oh, that's a bad idea. You can't go talk to this family about the property. Well, that's true democracy, right? We have a representative government. You elect your peers to go make decisions based upon what you think is the right thing to do, based upon how you get informed. And so this whole notion is to create, is called to, it's to say, hey, we're not that democratic. We're very democratic. We believe in the representative form of government where our peers elect us to go make decisions that the vast majority of people already know. That's why Christine went into the planning thing, like 2011. All of these plans, there's a lot of data sets. There's a lot of information. It's already out there. Most of us already know and agree on the same things. Hey, you got to redevelop Roswell. You have a limited amount of space to do it, a limited amount of area to do it. And there's a lot of challenges. And going into the challenges of why we brought Peter to say, hey, we need a really elegant, sophisticated strategy, because if this were easy, it would have already happened. If this were easy to redevelop these properties, it would have happened organically. There are significant reasons, which Peter went into in July of 2025, last year, 2024, explaining why this is such a difficult process. And it goes back 40 to 45 years. So we are trying to correct a lot of sins of the past and some economic issues that are challenging to overcome, that are unique to our city. And so it's a perfect example, because behind this question is, where does the public get involved in the process? Well, the public elected representatives to go make decisions. And ultimately, like, well, when do we get to weigh in? You weigh in at election time. That's where you weigh in. Like, you can't, that's what's happened to Roswell. I saw it with my own two eyes. 25 years of paralysis. You want to kill a project? Put this project and say, you know what, we're thinking about going to talk to this family at the center. We think we need to redevelop it. Knowing full well that 95% of the public is in support of it. You took a poll on it. But if you put it out in the public sector, guess what? 7,000 people or 2,000 people are going to kill it. You're going to kill it. And that happened in Roswell time after time after time again. So some of this notion, Alan, I think needs to be addressed about, like, when does the public gets involved? Well, the public's involved in day one because you elected your fellow peers to go make decisions for you.
That's true, and you know, look, every landowner has commitments, leases, banks, you know, all kinds of relationships that until they're prepared. I want to read one clause in this MOU, Jeff, paragraph 4. This is absolutely crucial. MOU means Memorandum of Understanding, and so this MOU is intended to reflect, this is not, number 4, the caption is non-binding. This MOU is intended to reflect the good faith intention of the parties, but does not constitute a legally binding agreement to proceed with the project. A binding agreement shall only arise upon execution of a formal agreement or definitive documents approved by all parties, and all parties includes the residents. And what this is the junior Secretary of State talking to Putin's 18th in command and say, would you like to meet to talk about peace in Ukraine? Okay, that's what this is. It is a conversation to begin, and they're saying, hey, yeah, we would be interested in talking about that. It is getting those parties to a place where we have at least enough commonality to say, is there a deal to be had here? And as someone who has made my life in the deal business, I want to be really clear about this. I have a tried and true axiom, and that is, if the answer is no, I want to get to no as quickly as possible. How quickly can I kill a deal? How quickly can I kill a deal? And the reason for that is because if there is a fatal flaw in the deal, I don't want to waste my compatriots or the staff's time chasing a ball down the hill. So if there is a fatal flaw, I want to hear about it early. And if the fatal flaw is they want X that the city of Roswell will not do, nice talking to you. I have a meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock with somebody who wants to pitch me on something. I don't even know what it is yet, but I took the meeting. Should I come out of that meeting and should I put it on Facebook that this is what we're talking about after that meeting? That would probably kill the deal right there, because they're trying to arrange their debt, they're trying to arrange their capital, all those kinds of things. And that's what we're talking about here. So item 4 is crucial, and it's in the stadium, the soccer team MOU as well, the LOI for that as well. It is a non-binding invitation to have a conversation that may lead to a deal that would be brought to the residents.
Yeah, I was going to say, Alan, and part of this misnomer of this conversation If you look at 25 years of inaction and paralysis in this city, it's because a minority of people grasp hold of an issue where the overwhelming majority of people, I guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of people, residents, are, if they know about this, are going to be super excited about this. Super excited, because they know it's the right thing to do for the city, right? They know pursuing this makes sense, that the economic redevelopment of this is a crucial part of a development plan that's very difficult to pull off. Overwhelmingly, people will support this. But what happens is you get a small and often former elected officials, right, who want to make hay out of something, right, and bring out every little point well in advance of even getting to the deal-making process and kill the deal. And as Peter brought up earlier, there's a reason Roswell has a history of being the city of no. There's a reason that why developers don't want to come to Roswell. And it's because of listening to a vast minority instead of the vast majority of residents who want the right things done. And that's our job. Our job is to listen to the vast majority of residents, not the vast minority. We listen to the vast minority, but our other job is to get things done. And that's been a centerpiece of what we have been doing, getting things done that matter to this city. Yes, sir, Councilman Johnson.
I have a question for Mr. Sorkoff, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Why did you go so far? Peter, can you go over the what this developer has done in the past? I know you mentioned downtown Alpharetta, but I also know they've done work in downtown Woodstock and have worked with the TAD before. This is part of a TAD. Are you able to talk about that at all? Or
Yeah, I can. I think maybe what I'll talk about is what I think makes them unique, which, you know, there was sort of talk about big boxes previously. I think it was in Jeff's presentation. Big boxes work because they're cheap and they're efficient for developers. So you create the biggest space you can for the least amount of dollars possible that will create the most amount of dollars possible. And that's why we've sort of become a world of big boxes. And now, unfortunately, many of those big boxes are sort of aging out and they're problematic. I think one of the things that really drew us to Sherry and her vision and the projects that she has done before is she has really challenged some of that, which other developers don't really love. And that is, if you look at all of her projects, they have a lot of green space in them. There is a lot of activation and pedestrian corridor spaces in them. There's a lot of smaller buildings from a massing perspective that collectively sort of come together. While Sherry was not involved at all on sort of the Hill Rose project, I know that the notion of how that project was put together and what it's going to be is very much in alignment with sort of how she sees and understands developing spaces that are placemaking spaces. And then what is the correlation of a placemaking space as it relates to being able to charge what you need to charge to lease that space up because it is unique, right? If you think about a big box, unfortunately, is a place you go, you get what you need, and then you get out of there, right? They're not meant to linger. They're not really meant for any of those kinds of things. And so I think what we would expect to sort of get to in working with Sherry and team on this project is how do we bring green spaces into this environment? How do we break it up into smaller, more action-oriented places and spaces where people can actually live, have dinner, walk, or visit. Feel free to have your dog on a leash or to have your kids running around where it's a safe environment, it's green, there's trees. I think there was a previous speaker who sort of talked about this giant concrete parking space and who would ever build that. Well, I will tell you who will build that. The MIMS will build it because that's what the Roswell City Code actually demanded. If you looked at the number of parking spaces that were required per square footage of the amount of big box space they had there. So there was nothing accidental about the correlation of those two things. I think, you know, what we can expect as we sort of start unpacking this is, you know, the possibility, and Councilmember Sells, I'll go back to your comment, the possibility that, you know, maybe it is interesting for the city to actually own some space within that and to be in the chain of title at some point. I think that has to be explored. There has been talk about, do we want an amphitheater in the city somewhere, or in the city, the center of our city? I think that is something that could be explored. Do we want a botanical garden? Do we want, all of those kind of things could be real possibilities because of the size of the site and the location of the site, as I mentioned earlier. So I think we're fortunate that the landowner is comfortable with Morrison Fellows as a master developer, because the other thing we know is the Computer Museum of America is also on that site. And that is really a bit of an underutilized or under-recognized asset that's in the city, partly because it's located in that location and sort of the state of the location. But I think the land developer also understands, and the landowner understands that those things can be all brought together. Could you have green spaces? Could you have all these activation spaces, have this museum and all the assets that it houses there, and sort of take all those ingredients and conjure something in a bowl that addresses many of the issues we've been talking about tonight, including housing and sort of a stratosphere of housing, both from a pricing perspective, but also from a product perspective. Because I think what we also can largely all agree on, and the reasons are really of no consequence, Roswell does not really have a lot of product stratification in its housing. So, why do some folks, move into a 3,000 square foot house and then live in it for 40 or 45 years? I think what you're seeing in places like the Hill Rose District, and in particular in Southern Post, is a lot of Roswell residents who are selling those homes, probably for the kind of money that Councilmember Beeson is talking about, and they're choosing to take a $4,000 a month rent in a luxury apartment because A, they can afford it, there's no maintenance, there's no lawn, they drive right in, park right there, hop in the elevator, the luxury amenities, or just amenities in general are there. So that's really, I think, what we're getting in this particular development team, which is, why we felt comfortable advancing the LOI, or the MOU, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Peter.
Just one last question. This space is pretty sizable, and we are at this nascent stage of the LOI, so this could possibly include a sports facility as well.
I think that is potentially on the table, yes. The site is certainly big enough in a site plan, you could contemplate that, yes.
Thank you, Alan. Lee.
Yes, I just want to walk back to, you gave the exact number, but in 2022, shortly after we were elected, Mayor, Councilmember Morthland, and Vanstrom at the time, and me, we were engaging the Mims family. And then I'll back up a little bit more and I'll come back to this. As soon as we were elected, this mayor, Kurt Wilson, insisted that we, the recently elected, join Councilmember Hall and Councilmember Palermo. Unfortunately, Councilmember Zapata had fallen ill. And we decided to meet 4 and 5 times a week for 3 and 4 hours. We didn't have a quorum because the 4 of us hadn't been sworn in yet. And we had, just like a director of the board would do, had sticky notes up on the wall, and we each had all of our things that we wanted to do, what we wanted to get accomplished. And this city center, this property was a hot to trot item unanimously. We were looking at that. We knew it needed to be addressed. We knew it could be a real gem in the center of the city or this area and have a huge economic impact on everything around it. North, south, east, and west. And so we hit that hard, and several of us knew the family that owned it, and my kids grew up with one of them, and so that's where the mayor referred to me having a relationship there. But as we, in March or April, I forget what month this was, we got together with them, went over, and Mr. Knighton, you were with us, they had papers laid out, all kinds of dreams, ideas, and thoughts and plans on how to redevelop this property. And to everyone's point up here, if we had brought that to the public at that time, we've gone through 52 different iterations of all of that, striking these things, amplifying these other things, and really massaging that. And at a point, it was a no-go at all. And then another point, it's taken off again like fireworks. So It's hard to understand that from me as just a regular old resident, but living through it on this side of the dais, I get that. It was too early to present that. I even had one of the folks involved, heavily involved, call me 3 different times and say, Lee, is council member blah, 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 is this for real? And then again, Lee, is council member so-and-so, is this for real? Is this for real? Because they had been let down so many times with previous administrations. People got so gaga and drunk on, getting involved and being the hero about this property rather than doing the due diligence, sticking with it, having a plan, and actually striking things out as they were eliminated. Nope, 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 we can't do that, you can't do that, it's not gonna happen, this doesn't work. So by having a sophisticated economic development team, which we've never had in the city before, we've been able to pull those things apart, and that can all be tracked. A lot of it's not worth tracking. It was file 13 because it wasn't going to work. But I do believe that we're in the right place, and it's really exciting to know that we also, in several projects, have vetted in other areas developers and people that work on these projects, looking at them for other areas, saying, that's probably not a good one for this project, or I know 3 that would be amazing. And I believe that's how we've gotten to the current talent that is working on this project now. But just from layman's terms, it does seem like more information should be coming, forthcoming, but it's slow as molasses on some of this stuff so that there's not a disaster in the works. And we want to deliver well for the city of Roswell. We want to deliver well for the people that visit here and make sure that what we are doing is well thought out and that it's going to benefit all of the check marks that we went through sitting there in 2021 in November and December, whiteboarding all the possibilities that we could have. Thanks.
That's really well said, Lee. Can you imagine how irresponsible we would be if we actually submitted everything that was going on? Like, so there's always this inconsistent outcry about when do we get involved? When do we get involved? When do we get involved? I hear it all the time.
Well, and there were times we were super disappointed, Mayor. Like, we're sitting in closure, and I can't remember exactly, but we're like, oh my God, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Like, you can see the dream, you can see it coming, and we were like, well, it's done. Things settle down, and then we'd come up with another strategy, we had other input. So we've been all over the place, and not carelessly, diligently.
Diligently, yeah, to your point. And it would be irresponsible that every time you had something percolating, that you brought it forward until it's baked, or in the baking process, and it really go on. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you very much. Do I have a motion for this item? Councilmember Sells, would you read the motion, please, sir?
I will. This is a motion, Mayor, to approve a memorandum of understanding for a redevelopment project known as City Center.
Thank you, Councilmember Sells. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Lee Hills. All those in favor of this item as read by Councilmember Sells, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous. Thank you very much. City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read item number 6 on the regular agenda?
Yes, approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to approve the contract authorization with Signature Tennis Courts in the amount of $172,500,000 for the conversion of 2 existing tennis courts into 6 pickleball courts at the Crabapple Center with a total budget allocation of $207,000. This will be presented by Stephen Malone, Director of Recreation and Parks.
Yes, as Mr. Malone comes forward, that's $172,500. $172,500.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I couldn't be more excited than to present this item to you tonight. And I appreciate, as Jeff's trying to pull up the presentation that we couldn't find on the computer, so we'll get it up in just a minute. But I wanted to take a moment, and while this project does seem to be could be interpreted as something that would be almost like a small project, I think it's very important to kind of back up and remind you that this is a very important piece of the puzzle that comes along with the strategy as we start to look at the phased approach, specifically as it comes with the Crabapple Center and that property. Within your presentation group, you'll notice that we have started to put together the phase 3 of the approach that we're taking with the Crabapple Center. Phase 1, which we've already completed, and now we're entering into current phase 2. As we look at phase 2, you'll notice the first item that we're looking at on phase 2 is the item that we're talking about tonight, which is the construction of the 4 pickleball courts that are there. Thank you, sir. As we start to talk about the current Crabapple footprint. So our approach tonight, as we start to talk through this project, is this is our, thank you. This is the phase 2 of what we're looking at. Phase 1, as I mentioned before, we've gone through the steps to start to activate this property. Specifically, we've gone in and done a ton of updates into the Crabapple Center, specifically to the gymnasium, that has allowed for us to activate that space specifically for some of our athletic programming. As we start to look ahead, summer of 2025, we actually engaged with this facility and put summer camps in there. That was an amazing opportunity, which we were able to coordinate with all of our summer camps and expand the programming. And we're about to move our gymnastics program into the BJCAB, into the small gym, which is going to be a great expansion project. So as we look ahead tonight, we're here at the install 6 outdoor pickleball courts. You'll notice this is the start of our phase 2, the current phase we're in, as well as you can see the long-term goals associated with phase 3. As you'll start to see, this will kind of come into play as we start to talk about different items that we're discussing over the next 48 hours. To get into the specifics of this project, we're going to be converting the tennis court that's already on site. It's beyond its useful life. It's in disrepair. We're going to renovate that and construct 6 very needed outdoor pickleball courts on that footprint. As you'll notice, as I mentioned, this court is beyond repair. The staff have met with the USA Pickleball Advisor for Georgia to ensure that we're putting in the right footprint for the upcoming pickleball space. As we start to look at the solutions, again, we didn't necessarily want to go too far in the footprint that we're talking about, so we're going to take the one that's there currently with the tennis court, and we're going to put it right on that footprint. Here is kind of the location you'll see. This is an overlay of the tennis court that's currently there and the 6 proposed courts that would go in its place. The financial overview, as stated, is the total budget request is $207,000. That has a 20% contingency built into it. The contract authorization would be for $172,500 with signature tennis courts. It is a 2022 bond-funded project. It is, if approved tonight, we would be able to get under contract, estimated to be around November 10th. Construction begins December 1st, and we'd be done by March 1st of 2022. So again, I recognize this is a small project, but it is such a big part of the overview of what we're looking at for what's happening within that property in that space. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Malone. Hey, Will, got a question for you. Families happy with the gymnastics program about to move? What's happening? Are the families happy with the what's happening with the gymnastics program moving to Crabapple?
The overall family, my Morthland family?
That's your family.
Yes, they're happy.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. All right, City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
The Roswell residents for this item.
Thank you so much. Will, you had your hand up. Yes,
Yes, sir. Director Malone, can you touch on our current pickleball usage within the Parks and Rec system, how much the reservation system and how popular it is, and what this would help do to accommodate that need?
So I'll take a step back. I will tell you that pickleball as a nation is probably the #1 growing sport we've been seeing within the last 5 years. With that being said, we currently have 4 outdoor pickleball courts at the Grimes Bridge location that are lit courts. The reservations on that court specifically have almost overwhelmed our system from the perspective of we do not have availability on those courts in the evenings and the weekends where the weather cooperates with us. The addition of these 6 courts doubles the footprint we have right now. It by no means would be the end of our exploration as to could there be more pickleball opportunities down the road?
Sure. And we touched on in your presentation that we're taking the substructure all the way down and building it all the way back up. This is not a retrofit. This is a brand new build.
The only thing that is remaining the same is the footprint. Everything else is changing and being renovated and updated.
And we are not lighting this court. This is sun up, sundown type scenario.
That is correct. These will be unlit courts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morthland. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Very good. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Morthland?
Motion to approve the mayor and/or city administrator to approve the contract authorization with Signature Tennis Courts in the amount of $172,500 for the conversion of 2 existing tennis courts into 6 pickleball courts at the Crabapple Center with a total budget allocation of $207,000.
Thank you, Councilmember Morthland. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Johnson. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous and passes. Very much congratulations, Director Malone. Congratulations, Roswell. Thank you. City Clerk Nancy Long, I think we're on item 7. Please read the next item on the regular agenda.
Yes, and before I read this item, I want to apologize for the error in the amount I said in the previous item.
Nancy, it's okay. Oh, there's only persnickety Randy that called it out. All the rest of us knew you were not talking.
For the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this item is approval to perform right-of-way acquisition services and to accept right-of-way options for the Nesbitt Ferry Road T-Splosh 2 project in an amount not to exceed $165,000. This will be presented by Greg Nicholas, Interim Director of Transportation.
Thank you, Nancy. Welcome, Greg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we are here. We have advanced the Nesbitt Ferry Road Corridor Project, T-Splosh 2. This is the joint project with Johns Creek, and Johns Creek is the lead agency. As part of the project, a new roundabout will be constructed at Nesbitt Ferry Road and Colony Club Drive. In a long-standing sidewalk gap on the west side of Nesbitt Ferry, on the Roswell side, will also be filled with this project. There are 2 parcels that are currently being impacted by the project that we need to acquire right-of-way or easements. So staff is requesting approval to move forward with the blanket approval on the right-of-way services to accept all signed options and expedite the process. This is our standard process for the right-of-way acquisition, and the total amount that we're requesting is $165,000. That is based on appraisals with a 20% contingency. And with that, we'll answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Greg. City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
No public speakers for this item.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions? David? Okay. All right, do I have a motion? Yes, sir. Would you make the motion, please, sir?
Yes, this is a motion for approval. Well, I lost the number. Hold on. 7. There you go. This is a motion for approval to perform right-of-way acquisition services and to accept right-of-way options for the Nesbitt Ferry Road T-Splosh 2 project in amount not to exceed $165,000.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Johnson. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember and Pro Tem Lee Hills. All in favor of the approval of this motion as stated, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous, and the motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Greg. Very well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. City Clerk Nancy Long, item number 8. Would you please read the next item on the regular agenda?
Approval to award a construction contract for the Woodstock Multi-Use Trail Phase 1 T-Splosh 2 project to Azimuth Contractors in the amount of $3,192,339 with a budget authorization of $3,352,000. This will also be presented by Greg Nicholas, Interim Director of Transportation.
Thanks, Nancy. Welcome back, Greg. And Sharon, I see.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I asked Greg if I could jump in here because I'm really excited about this particular item and the progress that it represents on our multi-use trail plan. The figure that you see above is a map of our city, and it shows the progress that we've made on our multi-use trails. So you'll see that in that black dashed line, those are our multi-use trails that are planned. The ones that are in that yellow and white alternating pattern are the ones that are in progress. So they're in design, under construction, funded, on the way. And then, of course, in the green, we have the multi-use trails that are currently actually already constructed and being used. The thing that's so important about our multi-use trails is it's providing alternate forms of transportation and getting around our city, creating connectedness, whether you're a pedestrian or a cyclist or using a personal terrain vehicle, a golf cart. It's giving folks an opportunity to connect in the city other than getting in their cars. And you see there's been an emphasis both on east-west, and you see a lot of those are in that gold and white pattern. Those are in the planning process. They're being designed. They're getting ready to go into construction. And then you see quite a few connections from north to south. So the ability to go up toward Alpharetta, north in the city, or come all the way down south, down to the Chattahoochee. It's a very, very exciting time, and I just didn't want to let this one move forward without letting you know how much progress has been made, how much is in the works, because so often we approve a project and it takes time. There's field work, there's engineering, there's permitting, there's utility work. It goes on and on and on. But once those orange barrels get out there, we're in for some real excitement. And on this one in particular, we're going to be coming from 92 down to Crabapple Middle School. That construction will start right after the first of the year. And then as that one is finishing up, we're going to start that second piece that'll take us from Crabapple Middle all the way down to the top of Canton Street. So some really great progress is being made here, and I just wanted to take a minute and give us a moment to say, you know, congratulations, Roswell. We are connecting you in brand new ways. So I'll let Greg get to the award of the contractor now.
Good stuff, Sharon.
With that good lead-in, so multi-use trail, this is phase one of the Woodstock multi-use trail. This, as Sharon mentioned, this will construct an 8 to 10 foot multi-use trail from Highway 92 to Crabapple Middle School, and it will also include pedestrian lighting. We did receive 10 bids submitted by the September 25th deadline, which is really good. It was a very close group of bids that we got. We did review the we reviewed and recommend awarding to Azimuth Contractors, who was the lowest responsible bidder at $3.192 million. And we're asking for budget authorization up to $3.352 million. Construction is estimated to take approximately 9 months. As like I said, we are recommending the award to Azimuth Contractors, and funding is available in the T-SPLOST 2 fund in the project account 98202. This does have $855,000 that is reimbursable for water line work that's from Fulton County. So that part is, Roswell's portion is just 2.4. So that will answer any questions.
Outstanding, Greg, thank you. Thank you, Sharon, for that overall kind of fill in there as well. Thank you, very helpful. City Clerk Nancy Long, do we have any Roswell residents who would like to address this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilor Johnson.
I just want to point out to Sharon's map that it's just an incredible map of, connecting Roswell through multiple ways, and this is just another great project for our city, and I'm really excited to make a motion for this shortly and get it approved. And we've got 36 more miles to build, so, and probably we'll have more than that. And I will also say, as someone who doesn't like to be taxed, I think T-SPLOST funds are probably one of the most efficient funds that we have in the city. They go to projects that you can see and be used, obviously not instantaneously, but man, I can't wait for my old Alabama multi-use trail and have Christine set up the mayor's ride. So we're taking multi-use trails and all across the city. And I'm never going to do it again, Christine, but I'm looking forward to watching other people do it. It's, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, David. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions? Very good. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sharon. Do I have a motion?
There you go. Me and my button. This is a motion for approval to perform, motion for approval to award a construction contract for the Woodstock Multi-Use Trail Phase 1 T+2 project to Azimuth Contractors in the amount of $3,192,339.38 with a budget authorization of $3,352,000.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Johnson. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Pro Tem and Councilmember Lee Hills. All in favor as the motion stated, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Greg and Sharon. Thank you. City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read the next item on the regular agenda, item number 9?
This is presentation of the third quarter 2025 financial results presented by Chief Financial Director Bill Godshall.
Sorry about that. The computer is tired. Thank you again, Mayor and Council, for having me back.
Welcome
Tonight,
back,
I'll be
Bill.
presenting quickly on a financial update on a 9-month period ending September 30, 2025, also what we call the third quarter.
Bless you.
Turn it on. So, to quickly review the agenda, I'll cover our forecast for the year ended December 31, 2025. This is based on the actual results for the 9 months ended September 30, 2025, and the projected results for the last 3 months of 2025. We then will look at the budget to actual results for the 9-month period ended September 30, and conclude with a discussion about the condensed balance sheet as of September 30, 2025, with some discussion about liquidity. So moving to let's start with the general fund forecast, which combines our actual results through September with the projected to year end, as I noted earlier. The general fund is currently expected to finish the year approximately $1.3 million ahead of budget of $107.5 million, or about 1.2% better than the budget. This reflects a balanced year overall, with revenues and expenditures largely in line with plan. The city remains on pace to close the year within budget with continued stability in our financial position. When we look at revenue categories by detail, the gross differences across revenue sources, property tax, sales tax, franchise fees, and other charges, generally offset one another, resulting in a modest net shortfall of about $300,000. The combined effect is minor relative to the total projected revenue of $103.3 million for the year ended December 31, 2025 budget. While 25 has been filled with some uncertainty, this demonstrates the stability and predictability of our revenue base, even with normal variances. Looking at our projected expenditures, we expect to finish the year slightly below budget. Personnel costs continue to run under budget because of normal vacancy savings across departments. Operating costs are being managed conservatively, and capital spending is progressing on schedule. That combination keeps total expenditures within target and helps flexibility heading into next year, as you'll hear more in our 2026 budget presentation in the following item. So moving to the budget to actual comparison for the 9 months ended September 30, 2025, Total revenues and expenditures are closely aligned with the budget. Revenues are running at about 75% of annual estimates, and expenditures are running slightly below plan, a pattern which was consistent with our forecast, or is consistent with our forecast. Again, property taxes, sales taxes, and business taxes are performing as expected and represent the bulk of year-to-date revenue. Most other categories are trending near budget. Expenditure side, expenditures are about 70% of budget, with personnel savings the primary driver of the favorable variance, while timing differences generally explain the rest. Our performance versus budget in the first 9 months of 2025 demonstrates our strong internal controls over the budgeting process. So let's talk about our balance sheet. First, I'd like to credit the Finance Department. This is our first interim balance sheet that we produced without having to produce for the audit. We tried for the first and second quarter, but we've buttoned up the process, and you will see this unaudited balance sheet in all future quarterly presentations, giving a full picture of the general fund and the city's financial position. So this section summarizes that balance sheet of September 30, 2025, and includes a comparison to December 31, 2024, our most recent audited balance sheet, which is generally the customary presentation of unaudited balance sheets. You compare them to the most recent audit. Our financial position remains strong. We have ample liquidity, low debt levels, and a growing net position. Recently, just last week, we issued our property tax bills in October, so that's the fourth quarter. And what I did was created a pro forma column showing what we actually billed in property tax revenues, all of which would go to unrestricted fund balance. That amounts to about $34.4 million. So if you project that out, we will wind up with unreserved cash, unrestricted cash of about $53 million, and unrestricted fund balance of about $46 million. And then if you compare that December number to what came out of the audit from December 31, 24, you'll see that both categories have improved over the past year. If I could just go back a second. One thing that's important to note about that 52.7 million is that represents about 46% of our budgeted expenditures for 2026. Again, Director Novotny will cover that budget, but the minimum reserves considered best practice is 25%. So we're well above that minimum reserve, and I think that merits a call out. It also translates to approximately 5.3 months of coverage of our budgeted expenditures in 2026. Again, the best practice by the GFOA, Government Finance Officer Association, is considered to be 25%. I think we talked about that a little bit 2 weeks ago during my presentation at the audit. On the cash side, one of the things that we face with property tax collections in the fourth quarter, particularly now that we operate on a calendar year fiscal basis, is we'll see our cash balances drop quarter over quarter until we get back to the fourth quarter when we have our biggest tax billing with the property taxes. And you can see that trend here. We get to $55 million at the end of September, but again, if you add that $34 million that we expect to collect with the property tax billing in the fourth quarter, we'll be back up to almost $89 million, which would put us a few million ahead of where we were during the audit in the prior year. So if you assume the same collection rate, we will project an increase in the unrestricted cash balance at 12/31/2025, proving that our investment strategy that continues to prioritize safety, liquidity, and yield in that order is a prudent approach to provide flexibility to respond quickly to our capital or operating needs. As I mentioned earlier during the lease presentation, a big part of our success in this and other financings is the strength of our balance sheet and the stewardship that this council has demanded of the Finance Department. So to summarize, we're on track to finish 2025 balanced with revenues and expenditures aligned. City's liquidity and reserves remain very strong. We're anticipating ending the fund year with a fund balance well above our policy minimum of 25% for the 2026 budget. This also reinforces our AAA credit rating, which has been reaffirmed by both S&P and Moody's in 2025, actually in the summer of 2025, before the second tranche was issued. In short, the city remains in excellent financial position, disciplined, resilient, and well prepared for the future. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill, so much. Nancy, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. Bring it to council. Council, any comments or thoughts on this matter?
I can't believe they're not rushing to.
It's okay.
I do have.
Yourselves?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the balance sheet. This is this is something we've talked about a number of times, and I really appreciate it. I know it's because we're a cash basis entity, it makes preparation and interpretation of the balance sheet particularly hard.
Yes, sir, it does.
And so I appreciate the hard work, and in particular, I like the way that the slide before this, how you pro forma it, and I just want to spend a moment explaining that and talking specifically about what you've done on the previous slide there. Basically, the $34 million is billed, and were we an accrual basis accounting organization, that would be in our receivables, and our balance sheet number would be, our total assets would be $56 million in this particular case.
That's exactly right. Under GASB GAAP, this would be an accruable asset.
Yep.
And so it would be sitting in receivables right now and unrestricted fund balance.
So the only ambiguity, as you rightly pointed out, is our collection rate, which is what, 99.9?
It's in the very high 90s, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So therefore, flipping to the next slide, the balance sheet there, the second, their summary here of your cash balances, it is appropriate to say that as of December 31st, I asked this because I had asked you about comparable, we didn't have a September 30, 2024, and I was late to ask you that, sorry about that, but it would be, you're correct, it'd be $89 million in unrestricted cash, but it'd also be essentially $400 million in total cash and investments, so up $100 million from the prior year.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alan, very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you very much. There is no vote on this item, so thank you, Bill, for the presentation. Alan, thank you for the questions. City Clerk Nancy Long, would you read item number 10, please, ma'am?
Yes, this is approval of the FY 2026 budget for the city of Roswell in the amount of $229,987,271. This is the second reading presented by Adam Novotny, Director of Finance.
Thank you very much. David, would you read the ordinance, please, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance adopting a budget for the fiscal year 2026 for each fund of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 6 of the Charter of the city, beginning January 1st, 2026, and ending December 31st, 2026, appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding for sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations for each fund, and prohibiting expenditures to exceed actual funding available for each fund, and amending the Code of Ordinances to effectuate such adoption. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. City of Roswell, Georgia hereby adopts an expenditure budget for the fiscal year 2026, said budget being described and shown in Attachment A for each fund of the City of Roswell, Georgia. Millage rate of 4.949 mils is estimated as a part of the proposed budget. The millage rate has a component of 4.049 mils for the general fund budget and a component of 0.900 mils for servicing bonded indebtedness. The millage rate shall be adopted by Mayor and Council at a later date, but prior to issuance of tax bills for the tax year 2026. Mayor and Council adopt a capital improvement programming for the fiscal year 2026 as attached hereto and incorporated herein as Attachment B. This programming does not indicate any promise of appropriations for future years. All other text is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, David, so much. Welcome, Adam. Looking forward to your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members.
This is the second reading of the budget. Some key dates that we already had that I'd like to highlight yet again for our sake of transparency. We did have the budget workshop, all-day budget workshop on October the 1st. We had the budget presentation at length on the 14th. We had the first reading of the budget a week ago on the 20th, and arriving tonight at the second reading and adoption. Some key highlights for the budget in 2026. We've successfully transitioned to a calendar year aligned fiscal year. Our proposed budget is balanced with no headcount in reduction. A reduction in headcount, rather. It is late. The budget is balanced with revenues meeting planned expenses, aligned with city goals, and our budget process has been data-driven, collaborative, with clearly outlined goals and completed along an informed timeline. The pillars that we highlighted before: best-in-class safety, service excellence, economic development, infrastructure investment, stewarding with integrity, and top place to work. Budget highlights, which I've covered at length previously. So some streamlining of planning processes, improved project management discipline, enhanced service delivery, and strengthen and align internal support services. I won't belabor any of the points that we've previously covered on here. Budget investments in public safety, which I've noted before, but I'll highlight yet again for police, moving them to the highest starting pay, leaving them fully staffed, well-funded, well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led, and strategic addition of fire personnel, which was great to have them here earlier tonight, continuing our dedication to transitioning to a full-time fire department, and then this is year 4 of the additional 30 firefighters. Part 1 crime rate from 2004 to 2024, we're the lowest in 20 years, and I wouldn't want to jinx this, but hopefully we're on that downward trajectory even into 2025. Chief Conroy will probably hate me if I jinx this. And then the turnout time and response time overall in fire, lower response time by 39 seconds in 1 year, which is just astounding. I do want to highlight again on here that the millage rate for operations remains steady. This information was covered extensively in prior iterations of this presentation, as well as when the millage rate was set. In 2022, under this mayor and council, the total was the lowest since tax year 1987. And then in 23, 24, and 25, we have the lowest operating millage since 2007, and then including the voter-approved bond debt. Additional highlights include that the 2026 budget maintains the mayor and council's vision for economic development and also streamlines services for Roswell residents and businesses. Tomorrow is the ribbon cutting for resident and business services, so that fits directly in here. And then some transformative initiatives that we have going on in finance with our forecasting and shaping of the departmental budgets, as well as some of the information that Mr. Gottschall covered here immediately prior. 2026 budget has capital investments of $21.5 million, including citywide road resurfacing, traffic calming, the roof replacement on City Hall, Green Street mobility projects, sharpshooter range revitalization and construction, the debt construction, administration services, and contingency, tourism development, historic activation, and other capital improvements overall. When looking at the various sources of funds across, again, this is all funds that we have, general fund included, which will be separated out later, compared from the 25 approved on the right to the 25 forecast in the middle, and the 26 proposed on the left side. As I said, the general fund is covered a little bit later. Again, these charts from right to left: 25 approved, 25 forecast, and 2026 proposed. Various use of all funds, with salaries and benefits being the lion's share of that, followed by transfers, capital, and other, and operating. Again, across all of our funds, with the general fund, T-SPLOST project, solid waste, group health, public facility authority fund, participant recreation fund, capital projects, the IT fund, and 15 other funds, arriving at that total. Since we talked about capital, this is a list of highlighted capital along with the funding mechanisms across the top to be able to get those accomplished, with the general fund capital being noted on here, the citywide resurfacing, traffic calming, the UDC code update, the PPE for the full-time firefighters that are transitioning in the dredging assistance program. Quick arithmetic on the general fund overview with our fund balance and our reserve, that leaves us a net balance of $2.7 million. General fund revenue projected into 26, a little over 105. Operating expense of 103.5 leaves us with the capital available of 4.3, which aligns to the previous slide in the total in the general fund. On the general fund revenue itself, obviously property tax, sales tax, and business taxes comprising the vast majority of the income, the revenue in 26 that we project, and the charges for service includes apartment inspection fees, parking charges, and then review of internal charges by general fund services, by water, solid waste, and other business group. And the general fund operating expenses, this does exclude any capital or one-time expenses in 25. The forecast includes any budget appropriations in the prior year revenues. Again, no reduction in headcount. We covered the firefighters already and the police initiative as well. The general fund capital, which is that dollar total, again, the citywide resurfacing, traffic calming, UDC update, the PPE, and the dredging assistance program. And then the general fund total by service is public safety comprises roughly 47% of that pie chart there. Community services includes recreation, infrastructure includes transportation, and the other includes PPI, finance, legal, and other administration. We've covered these funds in the past as well, so I'm going to kind of skip through some of these as time. The budget ordinance, again, sets the fiscal year, sets allocation by fund and department, and establishes contingencies. The budget ordinance also authorizes reappropriation into the next fiscal year for these various activities, including capital projects and grant projects, and the remainder of the list. Next steps, well, I think there shouldn't be any next steps, and we pass the budget tonight, and then we're done. But I did have some questions that came up at the first reading that I'd like to address, if I may, so that they're noted into the record as well. So one of the questions was the approved budget for FY25 expenses was $197 million, but the estimated budget for FY25 year end is $230. Proposed budget is also $230. Why is there such an increase? On page 3 of the budget book, there's only a 1.3% increase in salaries and benefits and a 7.7% increase in operating. We have more facilities now, which obviously require some more attention, more supplies, more services, etc. That's largely driving that. Question 2, where can I find the FY 2026 proposed budget revenue amount for short-term rental licenses? As of the first hearing of the budget, this revenue is not shown distinctive of any other revenue. During FY 26, it'll be reported separately under its own line or its own object. That's an accounting measure. Question 3, why have alcohol, beer, and wine license revenue increased from $580,000 in fiscal year 25 approved to $748 in the 26 proposed? Is there a rate increase? No, there's no rate increase in 26. In the last 3 years, this revenue has progressed $660,000 to $680. The timing of the revenue recognized in 25 has the amount low. So the increase simply results from a timing expectation that there'll be some revenue that will be shown in 26 compared to the lower amount in 25. Question 4, on page 26 of the FY 26 proposed budget book, excuse me, Why has there been an increase to mayor's expenses of 70,000? We shifted contingency line item to be more reflective of actual expenses. That's just a philosophy that we have to put things where they actually should go. It's used for mayor staff expenses related to representing the city, including outreach to other delegations, and that reference is on page 109. Question 5, how has the operating contingency on page 27 increased by double from 25 to 26? The transfers from contingencies into the departments reflective of where the expenses live, and also that contingency also has a carryover component too, where the amount remaining may or may not shift before the year end and carried forward into 26. Question 6, there's a water utility line item for other / miscellaneous fees, 341,905 on page 49. That appears to be a negative number, but there is no budget. We actually did research on this. There was a correction adjustment that was picked up in the projection, which is one of the downfalls of having a projected year end based upon a calendar day that's not an end of month. So on September 10th, that was actually picked up. That correction's already been made and has no impact in the 26 budget at all, which we had to do some research on, and that forecast will be updated as well. On page 49, question 7, excuse me, on page 49, where some of the water utility revenue accounts so variable across 25 year, end of year estimate, and 26. Meter and capacity fees are one-time payments when there is construction or replacements. So these amounts are heavily influenced by private development timelines and largely out of our control when we recognize those. Question 8, within the Recreation Participation Fund 555, revenues by account, the recreation admin fee was budgeted in 25, approved, and has a fiscal year 25 projected year-end balance, but the 26 proposed is shown as 0. Are we waiving fees, or is this a built-in cost? It's just simply a change in the way we do business. There's no longer a segregation between the admin fee and the other fee. Question 9, with the change in the way we do business within the Recreation Participation Fund, how do we have clarity about the general fund subsidy? 3 key program areas: aquatics, active adults, and adaptive programs receive targeted support from the general fund to advance the city's goal of being the #1 family community in America. Question number 10, for the parking revenue referenced on page 71, does this include the assumptions that the parking deck will be coming online for about 6 months in 2026? Yes, that'll be the shortest answer. Question number 11, does the operating budget for economic development include legal fees? And the answer to that is the legal fees are included as part of the legal operating budget on page 109. Again, just a philosophy of expenses living where they're actually incurred. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Outstanding. Adam, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Nancy, City Clerk Nancy Long, are there any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you so much. Council, comments, questions? Yes, ma'am, Councilmember Beeson.
I appreciate you taking the time to answer my dozen some odd questions from the last council meeting. But since I've had 4 hours of sitting in this chair, I've had more questions to come up with. I have 3 hopefully simple questions. Okay. I just would like clarity on these simple line items, just to clarify discrepancies. Page 72 of 118, parking services general fund expenditures by account. Under operating, line item 522140, maintenance for grounds. Last year we budgeted 4,000. Our actual was around 4,800, and we've budgeted for 238,000. So if I could get clarity on what sort of maintenance on what sort of grounds constitutes $233,000, love to hear that. While staff is moseying on up to answer that question, I'll go ahead and give you my other 2. Looking at page 78 of 118, historic assets general funds, comparing the revenues versus the cost or operating expenses, recognized as expenses in our budget. The expenses for 2026 is 927,000, whereas the revenue is 487,000.
I'm sorry, where are you?
I'm sorry, page 78 of 118, historic assets. Looking at our projected revenue for FY '26, we're looking at 487,000 over a projected cost to operate of 927,000 compared to 25. Are they not? Am I just making up page numbers now? I am in the hard copy budget book.
Yeah, it's different. They're about two pages off, because this is one.
Oh, I apologize. On the digital version, I'm not sure, it's historic assets is your header. I'm an anomaly for millennials in that I have a hard copy that I'm flipping through right now.
Hard copy 80?
78 in the hard copy, yeah. Historic assets. I wait for folks to catch up. This is fun.
I'm with you. I have the hard copy as well.
I appreciate you. Comparing the expenditures, the total for FY '26 is 927 compared to '25 was 500. Just pointing out that it seems to be a linear increase in both cost and revenue and not an exponential increase in cost and revenue. I didn't know if staff had a projected year based off of projects that we're looking at of when we would ever expect to exceed the cost with our revenue. So if staff has an idea of which year we're supposed to actually turn a profit on historic assets, as I know that was.
I can answer that question.
Oh, you got that one. Go for it.
I think there was a presentation that showed FY '30. Jeff, right? FY '30? And
For the audience, that's a thumbs up for the record.
and you had a scale, but I'm trying to remember where that presentation lives to answer Sarah's question specifically.
So it's a 5-year plan then?
Sorry, Jeff Leatherman. We went through kind of the projections associated with historic assets in our budget workshop and looking at the 5-year plan. And it's a combination, as the mayor said, 28, 29, and 30. And 30 is really the year where we exceed both the revenue that you see there as well as the landscape maintenance of all historic assets.
Okay, so the curve will start to increase as of next year?
Yes, and the linear component that you see is Old Mill Park and the rentals there along with River Landing because it's combined as part of this. So that's a constant revenue that's more of an incremental increase. And then Mimosa comes online really in June, July of 2026.
Jared, where does that live? So, because to Sarah's point, that's
the slide deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I'd have to double check and go back and look at the slide deck associated with this the budget workshop that we did at the beginning of October.
Okay.
It is, and Lynn's telling me that it's listed on the website.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Last question. This is probably a Randy question. Page 109 of the printed hard copy. Administration general fund expenditures by account. Under salaries and benefits total, subsection operating, line item of contract services, 521,400. We budgeted 360 in FY '25. We spent $257,000. We're budgeting for this coming year 2,500. I just wanted clarity on what kind of contract services cost $250,000. They contracted hits. Am I going to find out in the parking lot after? I'm just curious. This is a curious amount for me.
Evening, this is Lynn Williams. This is a compilation including legal, the election. The contract that we pay to Fulton County for the election would hit in this year, but wouldn't be in last year's ordinance.
So it's recognized as a contract service not paid to the county?
It is paid to the county as a contract.
As a contract service. So that's for the election. That is super helpful. Thank you.
Can I make sure, I just want to make sure we're talking. So you're saying that item 521,400, contract services, that we budgeted 360 for, and we paid 257, that's the election? That's for the 2025?
The one that's happening this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We put that somewhere in the budget, though, and I can't remember what it was. It was accounted for in the budget.
It was as a carry forward because typically this is a larger number. And so what we had been doing previously in another life was budgeting half of each year. And because the public service is on this election,
Yep.
the state is paying for most of this election. We just have to pay for the extra location and
Runoffs?
runoffs.
You had to pay for the extra location, right?
But that's 250. I thought the extra location was 88,000 that we added in a budget amendment.
I think we also include, we pay them for both the runoff and the extra location, and then if a runoff doesn't happen, they reimburse.
They reimburse. Got it. Okay, so that's why there's a huge discrepancy in that number. Okay, I appreciate it. That only leaves my outstanding question on what the 237,000.
Can I ask a question on
Yeah.
top of yours? So what about the, I know I should remember this, I don't. I can't remember, what did we do for election? I know we got national elections in 2026. I can't remember, though, we have some expense for elections in 2026, do we not?
Not unless we have something go on in 26. In 27 would be the next.
Okay, so we
local
didn't put
election.
anything, okay, my bad. Sorry, Sarah, I just wanted to make sure, because I'd forgotten about this.
No, you're good. My last and final
Sorry.
wonky question.
Yeah, related to the parking-related item under landscaping, what we've done in this budget since the parking deck is coming online in May is we are standing up a component of a landscape maintenance team through the Recreation and Park Division. Part of this is some capital acquisition that we need to make to buy the equipment in order to maintain the landscaping in and around the Green Street deck. The other thing that we've done is taken, we've spread work out between transportation and recreation and parks as it relates to what I'll call the Green Street lot, as well as the old Wells Fargo lot. We're combining all of that's been a spread around different departments into this one line item. So a portion of that is gonna be capital related to standing the team up, and then there's a component that's operational. We can split the details for you if you need additional information, but that is the component, and then there's some staffing in there as well. That is related to both part-time and full-time. It's a combination, also I said landscape, but it's also interior of the deck, so trash patrol of the trash cans, and then cleaning the inside of the deck itself 7 days a week as part of that, I'll say, charge for service to the parking fund.
But the predominant of that is not necessarily going to be recurring. A lot of it's startup costs because we're bringing a deck online.
No, most of it is going to be recurring because you've got to clean the deck every day, you've got to patrol for trash every day, you've got to clean the trash cans that are in the deck, plus then you have to do the landscape maintenance on the outside of the deck and along Green Street. And that's what that team is going to be doing.
But that's not encompassing the capital costs that you were talking about, correct?
The capital cost is also included in that line item.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Sarah, I don't feel like did we answer all your questions? You sure? Okay. Council, other thoughts, comments, or questions? Very good. Christine, you've been such a hero on finance, I feel like.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 10, number 10-10047, approval of the fiscal year 2026 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia, in the amount of $229,987,271, and this is the second reading.
Thanks, Councilmember Christine Hall. Is there a second to Christine's motion? Seconded by Councilmember Alan Sauls. Alan Sells. All those in favor of the motion as stated by Councilmember Christine Hall and seconded by Councilmember Sells, which is the approval of the FY 2026 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia, in the amount of $229,970,271, the second reading, please do so by showing, you're raising your hands, that your agreement and approval. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous, and the FY 2026 budget is passed. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Bill and Lynn and finance team and Adam. Well done. Thank you very much. Item number 11, City Clerk Nancy Long, would you please read the last item on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is a text amendment to Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Section 10.3.4 of the Code of Ordinances. This will be the first reading presented by Michelle Alexander, Director of Community Development.
Welcome, Michelle. And David Davidson, would you please read the ordinance, please, sir? Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Article 3, Occupation Taxes, Section 10.3.4, Occupation Tax Levied, Limitations, and for other purposes. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Article 3, Occupational Taxes, Section 10.3.4, Occupation Tax Levied Limitations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Georgia, is hereby amended by deleting said section and replacing said section with a new Section 10.3.4, Occupation Taxes Levied Limitations, which shall read as shown in Exhibit A attached here to and incorporated herein by reference. And if approved, this is the first reading.
Thanks, David, so much. Welcome, Michelle. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. This agenda item transforms the way we conduct our inspections of our multifamily apartments. It does so in two ways. One, it requires that they be conducted annually as a requirement and in association with their business license. And it also changes it by establishing a fee so that there can be a cost recovery mechanism for the costs of conducting these inspections. Currently, you may be aware that we conduct an inspection once per month, and so that's 11 a year. We don't do December. We hold off. But that means that of all the 43 apartment complexes we have, they're getting their inspection only once every 3 and some of them 4 years. And by contrast, this is establishing greater quality of life and greater options for having folks on site, experts on property maintenance, environmental compliance, and the health and public safety. And we conduct those with Fire Marshal's office as well. And staff recommends a per unit fee for the inspections to be established at $36 per unit, and recommends adoption of the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Michelle, very much. This is kind of a big deal. Let me ask if there are any Roswell residents who'd like to speak on this item.
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Sorry, Nancy. I was kind of asking you such a poor question there. Thank you very much. Council, it's kind of a big deal. Any of your thoughts, comments, or questions on this particular item? Councilmember Sarah Beeson.
My request to staff more as a policy directive or request, not necessarily that needs to be enshrined within the ordinance, but I would like for there to be the option for an anonymous tip line for residents to be able to call in anonymous code tips based off of they're staying in an apartment, and I'm just using the inspection report as an example. They don't have hot and cold water supplies. They don't have plumbing facilities in working order, electrical in working order. They have the ability to call an anonymous tip line so that they don't feel like there could be repercussions for them with their landlord for notifying the city, but at least the landlord is being taken to task over livable standards within their unit.
I think it's a great idea. Okay, well, if you okay, go ahead and agree formally if you like it ideal.
I agree with Sarah's idea.
Okay, well stated. David, that was amazing. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? All right, Sarah, would you like to read it and then add your? Can we add that, Michelle, easily enough to the text amendment? David, can we add this to the text amendment? You know how much I love doing this on the days.
I don't think it's going to require a text amendment. I think it's
just a policy directive.
yes.
Operational directive? Yeah. Mr. Knight, can we do this, sir? Okay, Sarah, you good with Mr. Knighton? He's yes. Thank you so much. Okay. Sarah, would you like to read the?
Sure. Motion to approve item number 11, number 10135, text amendment to Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Section 10.3.4 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Roswell. This is the first reading.
Thank you, Sarah, very much. That's seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Thank you. All in favor as the amendment is read by Councilmember Beeson and seconded by Councilmember Johnson, please do so by raising your hands. Let the record show that the vote is 6-0 and unanimous on the first reading. Congratulations, Michelle. We've got the noted operational change. I don't think we have a city's attorney's report tonight, do we? So Very nice. All right, so being that there are no other items, this mayor and council meeting, we made it, of Monday, October 27th, 25 is adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening. God bless. We hammered the over. Thank you, sir.